Good evening, everybody. I'd like to call the regular scheduled meeting of the Edgecombe County Commissioners to order. Mr. Evans, safety instructions, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the board. As Ms. Best comes to the podium to give us our safety instructions, I do want to let the audience know we do have overflow seating available in conference room 260, which is the same floor, opposite side of the hallway. We have both audio and video there. Some who are here who may perhaps not feel comfortable being in a room with so many people, they're welcome to, certainly can stay here, but I just wanted everyone to know that that's available.
Go right ahead, Ms.
To provide for the safety of those attending this meeting, please listen to the following instructions in case of an emergency. First, please take a moment to note where your exits are. If an emergency arises that prompts us to evacuate, please exit this room in a quick and orderly manner through one of the two doors to your right, and then proceed to the nearest stairwell, directions to which are indicated by the exit signs. Once you exit the building, we ask that you safely cross Granville Street, which is the street that runs beside our building, to our parking lot to be safely away from the building. Our staff will provide additional direction and assistance on what to do. In the case of a tornado warning, we ask that you exit this room into the hallway where we will all remain until it is safe to exit. In any event of an active shooter in the building, if there is an accessible escape path, please run and try to evacuate the premises. If you can't evacuate, find a place to hide where you are less likely to be found and lock any doors that you can. And as a last resort, and only if your life is in imminent danger, please fight. Our staff will provide additional assistance on what to do. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Reverend Hines, prayer, please.
Father, we thank you for another day. Thank you for helping us to celebrate a holiday, and as we come to make decisions that will help us be better citizens, as we do those things pleasing in thy sight, control our mind, help us to be who we are in you. Through Christ our Lord, we do pray. Amen.
Amen.
You received in your agenda package the minutes of the previous meeting. If there are no additions or corrections, is there a motion?
So move.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Scheduled appointments, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. As you see tonight, we have several scheduled appointments. First, I'd like to invite Mr. Norris Tolson and Mr. Bob Pike with the Carolinas Gateway Partnership to make official introductions to the board.
Chairman and members of the board, I'm delighted to bring the new CEO of Carolina Gateway Partnership to meet you tonight. You'll be seeing a lot of Bob Pike. Bob's a local guy, been in our region for a long time, and we're delighted to have him. Bob Pike, meet the Board of Commissioners of Edgecombe County. They're a tough bunch, but they're fair.
Good looking.
He's gotten everything he asked for.
Almost, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Council, thank you for the privilege of being here. It really is an honor, and I say that with all due sincerity, to be able to serve the people of Edgecombe County. And living in a shadow, a pretty big shadow, as you can appreciate over the years, and a lot he's done, and hope we can do just a little bit. But we've been in the area for over 30 years. The last 4 years been back in Iredell County, and coming back, I really feel a sincere level of optimism for Edgecombe County and the region. It's something that is noticeably, and I'm not just saying that to say it, something's different. And looking forward to the opportunity to serve you folks and call on us anywhere, any way we can. You know, that we'll try to continue the great tradition that's been established here with Norris and Oppie and the team. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Moving on.
Next, we have Mr. Chase Bryant, who's been before you before. He was from the Boys and Girls Club. He was youth representative at the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners Fall Conference, and he'd like to come back and tell you about his experience.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I would like to thank the Edgecombe County Commissioners for allowing me to come back and discuss my experiences. The one thing my mother tries to instill in me is the A&R principle. That is to be accountable and responsible. When I was chosen to be the representative for Edgecombe County, I will admit there were some moments that I did that I wanted to back out of attending. But my mom reminded me that what you commit to, you follow through. I said that to say overall I had a good experience at the conference. Some of the topics discussed were the principles of leadership and emotional intelligence. However, I was very disappointed and somewhat humiliated that there were no Edgecombe County commissioners at the Saturday morning event. Out of 77 counties represented, no commissioners were there to represent my county. The humiliating part was when other county commissioners volunteered to sit at my table but chose not to. I was tempted to go sit with the Nash County delegate that traveled with me, but his table was fully represented. The disappointment came when I felt this was the time that I truly wanted to be an advocate for teenagers in my county and discuss those issues previously presented to the board in the hopes of finding ways to help us manage bullying, mental health, and poverty. But unfortunately, that did not take place. I'm not seeking any apologies from the commissioners, but I would like for you all to be true leaders in Edgecombe County, where I live and have family that lives in each of you guys' districts, to please be more accountable and responsible to the teenagers that live there. Thank you.
Right. But I don't know if I want to say thank you or not, but I thank you. Thank you, young man, and we appreciate your attendance. And we're sorry that, the best I can say, we're sorry that we're not there, okay? Next, Mr. Evans.
We also have tonight Mr. John Easterling with KTS Strategies. As you know, we have contracted with KTS Strategies to represent us as our state lobbyist with the General Assembly. And he's going to come and make some introductions and give you a brief overview of some of the work that they're doing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Mr. Manager. I am John Easterling. I am a Government Relations Advisor at KTS Strategies, located in Raleigh, North Carolina. I am from down east, but kind of southeast, Scotland County, a native of Laurinburg, North Carolina. It is good to be here with you all this evening. I am joined by my colleague, Nelson Freeman, who co-leads our practice, along with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Chess McDowell. I'll come back in a moment to give some remarks on where we are in terms of your legislative priorities, but want to give an opportunity to my colleague, Mr. Freeman, to introduce himself.
Good evening. I'm Nelson Freeman. I've lived in North Carolina for the last 8 years. Previously lived in Washington, D.C., but have done a pretty decent stint in state government since I've been down in this area. But I did marry in slightly local. So my wife is from Rocky Mount. My sister-in-law is from Tarboro. So that's about as close as you can get to being local at that point. Overall, for North Carolina right now, as you're probably keeping well abreast of the news, we still remain in a budget stalemate between the House and Senate. We are in an accelerated path to work through a very large budget surplus this year. The state continues to maintain a track of putting into strategic savings reserves funds to safeguard against future natural disasters. I think Eastern North Carolina continues to suffer from prior natural disasters that have not yet been solved, and the legislature, I think, in the future would want to be able to fund more of that more quickly if given that chance. Part of that means that there is less money to spend on other projects that legislators may bring forward, and so as they are contemplating both those levels of projects as well as continued tax reform and certain revenue generating activities, the discussion, which we thought was going to conclude on July 1st, continues now into September, and I think that there is a decent chance we could be done next week, and there is an equally decent chance that we could be done on October 1st. Just for clarity's sake, once a state budget is passed, it does take between 45 and 60 days for funds that have been appropriated to be distributed to their entities, agencies, or local governments. So Certainly, you can begin to encumber those activities once a budget is signed into law by the governor, but it is something to keep in consideration that the payment of those may take a little bit of a lag time as they have to clarify what's in the budget and then move it through the agency process. I'm happy to answer any specific questions about where the budget process is, any specific bills that I may have some levels of working knowledge on. I can't claim to have all of those, but it will be a successful process. They do pass a balanced budget every year, so it will happen eventually.
Any questions for Mr. Freeman?
Yes, ma'am.
Has there been anything specific for Edgecombe County that you have really walked the halls, both sides of the hall for, since we engaged your company?
Well, Commissioner, it has really been a privilege to represent the county, and our team, we're really bipartisan. I myself have worked on numerous boards for Governor Cooper. Nelson has served in the current Speaker's administration, and has served as the former legislative director for the Department of Revenue in the previous governor's administration. But there are a number of items that we have worked on in coordination with your delegation, Senator Candy Smith, but a lot with Representative Shelley Willingham, who has found himself in leadership during this session. A few of those things, just to point them out to you, one was equipment and uplift for the Edgecombe Works Innovation Campus, and I understand that this is a partnership between you all and, I believe, the community college along with the Edgecombe County Schools. That was at a cost of $3 million, and that was an ask that was made as well, along with the Kingsborough Sewer Extension Phase 2. We put in that ask. The animal shelter, which has been a area of discussion that I've had with Representative Willingham and with Senator Smith, and I know that was for a new outfit of $2 to $5 million for that. And the last one would be sheriff's vehicles. I know that's been a conversation that's had, and that request was for $1 million. And so, knowing Representative Willingham's position on justice and public safety, we've worked in conjunction with both his office as well as with the majority leadership who's writing the budget to hopefully get some progress on these appropriation asks that you do have. The last thing I will point out, I know that Edgecombe County received some damages from this recent tornado that came through, maybe not as extensive as Nash County, your neighboring county next to you, but we have had conversations with the governor's office since my last conversation with the manager about how can we get some funding in the area of about $1 million for some of those damages. I think about a third of that was to homes here in the county. So those are things that we're currently working on right now, but we'll have a better sense of where we're at as soon as this budget's passed.
Any questions? No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Courtney Richardson and Mr. Naeem Akbar with the Rural Opportunity Institute, who will introduce themselves and inform the board on some of the activities of the Rural Opportunity Institute.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for having us. As County Manager said, my name is Courtney Richardson, and I work with Rural Opportunity Institute. This is Mr. Naeem Akbar. He is also a community ambassador for our organization. We are just really delighted to be here and share a little bit about the work and collaboration that we've done in conjunction with ROI, Rural Opportunity Institute, and the Edgecombe County community. And to give you guys a little background on the work that we do in our organization, we do a number of things. But mostly we work to find innovative solutions to affect change in our communities in a number of ways. And we do that through building resilience in our communities and building opportunities for workforce development and policy improvements. And so that is why we're here today. We want to talk to you a little bit more about what that's like and what that has been like for the past year and a half. And we work really closely with the Sheriff's Office, the Edgecombe County Sheriff's Office, specifically with Lieutenant Cofield and Sheriff Atkinson, who have been amazing to work with. We're just really excited for the work that we've done with them in conjunction with that group, as well as the Tarboro Parks and Rec Department. And so before we get into the specifics, just wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about how we kind of came to some of the conclusions around how we wanted to offer our support to the Edgecombe County community. And so just to give you a little bit of background, over the past year and a half, we spent time in the community, doing some deep listening, understanding more about what the community's needs are and what the community would like to see in terms of how we support, right? And so what came from those conversations over the past couple of years have been a number of things, right? And if we can advance the slide, I can give a visual here. Oh, there we go, perfect. I can do it myself, even better. All right, so if you guys want to follow along, very simple here. We, again, facilitated those conversations in the community, and we found a lot of things, right? We unearthed a lot of things. We unearthed needs for emergency and affordable housing, right? We talked a lot about, graduation opportunities and workforce development and all these things that affect your community, and we thought, what better way to put that into practice than to put some programs in place, right? And so some of the priority issues that we're really drilling down on through these conversations and through this deep listening are disrupting the school to prison pipeline, which is essential for building strong communities, particularly for our Black and brown folks, right? And then workforce development, huge important pieces of how we want to develop our community, how we sustain growth. And so those are the two main policy issues and priority issues that have emerged through these conversations. And so I'm going to let Mr. Afar share a little bit about the Edgecombe County Sheriff's Office and how we are aiming to disrupt that prison to pipeline system and some of the initiatives we've done in conjunction with Lieutenant Cofield and Sheriff Atkinson. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Naeem Akbar, and I so appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today and to solidify the partnership that we started. The sheriff responded to the community when we mentioned that the sheriff office could help us create a more healing environment in the schools. Even community members expressed a desire for school resource officers to become better mentors for students and not go straight to punishment if a child had a problem. We wanted to let them, help them be aware of what might have happened to that child in their home or just walking through their communities. So the sheriff office worked with Rural Opportunity Institute, our resilient trainers. We designed a custom trauma-informed training for school resource officers, which we delivered to all the SROs in August. I was fortunate enough to be one of the trainers, and our future plans are to have a yearly feedback process for the SROs, increase clarity, and publicity for the SROs. The better they look, the better we look, the better the county looks, and the better our children look. Another thing that we're doing in the county in workforce development, we presented a proposal to the town of Tarboro to get our some internships for our high school students. One of the things that last year a lot of parents was asking me about jobs for their children, and we weren't able to do anything. But this year, we went to the town of Tarboro, and they approved unanimously an internship for high school students. And it was approved, and it was completed. Matter of fact, last Thursday, we had a celebration. We had a celebration of the internships. They gained professional experience, and the Parks and Recreation Department is creating economic opportunity for our youth. Our youth came from Tarboro High School, so you know we got a little flack from the other high schools in the county. So now we're engaging with the county to come up with an internship program. And I'd just like to say that the town of Tarboro paid for the internship program, and it was a wonderful thing. It was the first job for it was three interns that we had, first job that they ever had, and we were very pleased with that. And we want to express our profound appreciation to the Sheriff's Office and the town of Tarboro Parks and Recreation for leading the way on this community-driven policy change. We're excited for the future of this work, so please feel free to email graham@ruralopportunity.org if you want to get involved. And if you want more information, I'll be in the back for a little while to answer any questions that you might have. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, and hopefully you'll get on board with the internship for our children. Thank you.
Is that a request?
Yes. It's a request, but we'll do a more formal presentation at a later time.
We just wanted to share our appreciation and thanks and inform the community about some of the really amazing things that we've done in collaboration with the community. And we're just really excited, and we hope to do more of this type of work. And he mentioned that Graham's email is on the screen here. That is our Director of Policy. And so if anyone is interested in learning more, myself and Mr. Akbar will be here for a little while longer. If people have any questions, we'd love to answer them. And if you like freebies, we'll have some pop sockets outside for you. So you can just grab one on your way out if you like. And thank you again for your time.
You had a comment, Mr.?
Yeah, we have met with Mr. Evans, and I had sat down and met with him and kind of working out what that internship and kind of designing that program. It just was too short of a turnaround to kind of get it happening this summer. But I think.
So are you suggesting that bring the internship on?
Yeah, I think it was very successful with the town of Tarboro.
So I think he's saying is that it's something that this board will support. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're saying that get it to the manager right now. See no objections from the board. That is something that we will support.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could add, what we have discussed with the team, in particular Graham, is what we want to do is, we had, I guess I should speak to the microphone. We had our first Citizens Academy last year. So we want to do that again, but we're also working to create a Youth Citizens Academy. We've had conversations with team at Edgecombe Community College. We'd like to run it through the community college, so it'd be more of a career exploration opportunity with a credential or certificate from the community college. And then the idea is that those that participate in the Youth Citizens Academy could then be eligible to do an internship with the county. So.
And certification is important, so it's a certification process. So I think what we're saying is get with the manager and based on what you can agree on, okay, there appears to be support for it on the board. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're very excited. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your presentation. Moving on.
All right, next, Mr. Chairman, we have Mr. Brett Brenton, who's with My Future NC. He's going to present about statewide efforts and make a recommendation for local goals with Edgecombe County.
Thank you so much for having me tonight. It is a privilege to be in front of y'all and talk about the future Edgecombe County. My name is Brett Brenton. As County Manager Evans said, I'm representing My Future NC, an organization you might know a little bit about, but one who's now getting pretty strategic and tactical in each of the 100 counties in North Carolina. And I want to walk you through a little bit about the type of work that has evolved over the 4 years we've been in existence and what it's going to mean for the county and already has been for the county in the time leading up. I'm one of 8 people that represent the state. We follow NC Commerce's prosperity zones for representation. So Edgecombe County all the way to Orange, the Virginia line down to Harnett is the territory that I cover. Former educator, 10 years in the classroom, 3 as a school administrator. I ran educational initiatives for the Research Triangle Park Foundation for a few years before coming here to my future. This work is centered around a very central goal, and what's interesting about this is the way that multiple entities came together, whether it be the UNC system, the Workforce Development Boards, and NC Works. We have state legislature input into this goal, but it was one that a handful of states in the country have really prescribed for the good of the economic development state, the workforce development state in North Carolina for many years to come. So it takes a longitudinal view of what it's going to take to be successful as a state. We've had a very good run as a state. Even before the park, we were textiles and furniture and all kinds of opportunities that made this state very unique in its own way. But our best days may very well be ahead of us. And so we need to position ourselves to be able to be successful to meet those needs. So the goal that was met or was proclaimed was by the year 2030 we want to see these early to mid-career folks, the 25 to 44-year-olds across the state, hit a 2 million mark. And honestly, that mark is probably going to be more like 2.2 million when we hit 2030 based on what's been happening in the last few years. But these are folks that have not just a bachelor's degree or even associate's degree, but credentials that really can lead to a living wage job that can break cycles of generational wealth that have eluded many families in the state, that not only meet the needs of those that immigrate to the state, but those who grew up, were born and raised here. So that goal is ambitious, but it's one that we think we can achieve. Coming out of COVID, we now find ourselves about 31,000 behind the goal in 2023. Overall, we have 444,000 to fill in order to meet that goal. And again, immigration is just not going to do it. It is time now for a grow your own strategy in many ways. So I want to highlight, we really focus from pre-K all the way to that 44-year-old point, but there's a 10-year period starting with a freshman in high school and the 6 years that they get out of high school. And in that 10-year period, the state has done a lot of data analysis to be able to say, what's our success rate? Who are we turning into these opportunities? Well, we started 100. This is specifically for Edgecombe County. We started 100 ninth graders who just started school last week. And if we go back 10 years and we track that group of 100, we lose 15 before we even graduate high school. So 85 out of 100. And from each individual story of those 15, there are going to be very unique reasons why they didn't make it. From the 85, we lose 40 who actually did graduate high school but didn't take that essential step to get that entry into a post-secondary institution within 12 months. Another 40 out of those 85, almost half. From the 45 that are left, we have 17 that enrolled but didn't persist to their second year. From that 28 that are left, we have 8 that didn't persist to get the credential or degree within that 6-year period. So that leaves us with 20. 20 that are really meeting our mark by the time they are now 24-ish years old and really on their way to controlling their destiny for the kind of economic and career destiny that they desire. So that's what it's all about. That's what we're trying to really fix here. As an organization, there's 3 legs to the stool. The first one is a strong data piece that we compile from multiple sources, including our own, to make sure that counties can be well informed at a very high level of where educational attainment sits. What we need to know about fixing pre-K is going to be very different from fixing absentee rates in 9th grade. It's going to be very different from FAFSA completion rates in 12th grade. It's going to be very different from the workforce development opportunities that come in your early 20s. So there's a lot of data to really inform how a county can see their path through this, and I'll break some of that down. The policy piece is huge too. You've heard that a couple times from your advocates. You have folks that are looking after Edgecombe County at the General Assembly for you. We also have people who, from a macro level, learn on the ground in the counties and make that advocacy real in the ears and in the eyes of the General Assembly. And then the acceleration of action. And I think what's very interesting about Edgecombe County, I have 15 counties I've gotten to meet most of those county managers, but I have yet to see one that has gotten so engaged as County Manager Evans. This Get Off This List, the List campaign, which drew, I don't know, close to 100 people, I'd say, at that first event that I went to a couple months ago, and another 70 or so just last month. These are steps that are very unique, at least in my experience from what I'm seeing from counties across this region, and I think position Edgecombe County to take the initiative, rather than to be reacting to things that happen, to be proactive, and to really control that destiny. So we're gonna work at a high level to try to inform strategies that can create an ecosystem where the ROIs of the world, the Edgecombe community colleges, the Edgecombe public schools, and all the great people that lead them can really kind of create a network of connectivity that informs educational attainment and not only understands what the gaps are, but has really strong strategies to meet them. Edgecombe County is one of, I think, about 35, 40 counties, 42 counties that took part in this local education attainment collaborative, which is our first 2-year cycle of experimentation. Luckily, we tapped into STEP, which convened the Work Here initiative you might have heard about. It had representation from Edgecombe County at every level, as well as Nash County, and has a triple focus of FAFSA, CTE, and early literacy, 3 key components to success for a future workforce. That legacy continues. The STEP work is instrumental for us in anything that we do in Nash and Edgecombe, but it can't be the only thing. Cannot be the only thing. And they stop, this workforce transition, that there's a whole new set of stakeholders that need to be paying attention to that. But they're a part of the cohort. We just had a meeting to get together with them last week so these project managers can learn from each other. And that, in a lot of ways, pulls in strategies from other parts of the state, which is essential in really advancing. We can only innovate so far without other ideas coming from our friends and peers. Now for the data. You should have a copy of this in your folders, and anyone in the audience, there's a QR code that might be tough to grab, but you can go to our website, myfuturenc.org, and see the Edgecombe County profile. It is fairly rich at a macro level in the sense that it pulls on 18 different key performance indicators from that age 4 to 44 range that we track over time so that we can tell how well a county is doing. This is the one I want to pull out. You'll see it on the top center of your county profile. It's really the greatest indicator. Here's where Edgecombe County sits in the most recent tell. Anything that's gray means we have that room for improvement. Those are populations which can be activated very quickly into career opportunities as long as we're aligning the recruitment of workforce, existing workforce, and talent acquisition in the right ways. And we're seeing counties start to do this. This is the neat thing. Year 4 of My Future NC, finally, fully, headstrong in the work that we thought we'd be doing in 2019 before the pandemic. We're starting to see the fruits of these labors, which will benefit every county in the state. These transition points are key, but there's other demographics too to look at. What you might find very interesting is when you compare Edgecombe County to the state as a whole, your low-income students are performing almost at the same level as the state. The gaps really come in your non-low-income students. It might be a bit of a surprise. Your gaps come with the Hispanic population, more so with females than males. So these macro data pieces, these are great conversation starters. This is great for sense making when these coalitions come together and they really want to be prescriptive about the type of steps they can take. Another big one for me, and I really think at the end of the day that this is the greatest inverse indicator. In other words, how poorly a county is or how much a county is struggling to meet this population is going to reflect in how well they're doing overall in educational attainment. But right now in the county, 17%, nearly 1 in 5, about 1 in 6, 16 to 24-year-olds are either out of school or out of work. And I think we all kind of picture that kid in the basement who's been enabled by mom to keep playing video games, but it's not that. The number flips at the age of 20, and females in the state of North Carolina become the majority. There's a lot of reasons for that. They become parents. They're in a single income situation because there's dependencies. There's parents of their own that they have to take care of. So there's reasons, good reasons for this. But a 17% is something that I think a county can look squarely at and say, our goal is to drive that number down, to make sure that, you know, we're at a place where everybody who really wants to be successful can be. These are hard young adults to find. They're off the grid. The school system doesn't have an eye on them. Community college doesn't have an eye on them. They haven't tapped into those networks, or they've been out of those networks for long enough where work has to be done on outreach. But it's a great indicator to be able to start with. And then lastly, and I honestly put these questions in just to give you an idea, because County Manager Evans, I think you've covered every one of these questions if we get off the list meetings so far, but our goal is going to be to lean into all 100 counties as they develop their own strategy, to make sure they're informed with what we are learning at the state level in the counties across my region personally, to be that advocate, to lead with strategy as well, something that's being implemented right now. Bertie County's pretty deep into this process, and I'll be doing the same with counties locally soon. But these are the kind of questions the counties need to ask. How do we actually frame something that goes beyond a loose capture of programs that have been tried, but really kind of ties it to a specific strategy that's informed, that's continuously improved, and that leads to impact that can be measured. So that's our job. We fly the plane very, very high, but I come into rooms like this as often as I can. The ask today is to really get the county commissioners to get behind a local goal. This has been ascertained. We saw that 2 million. Well, what does it look like in Edgecombe County? We figured that 5,762 25 to 44-year-olds need to have that degree or that credential by the year 2030. That's kind of a prorated average to get it near. And I'm noticing 28.8 is not your number. 36.1 is your number right now. So forgive me for that typo. But that's an ambitious but still attainable goal for each of you to be able to get behind, to try to work in concert with the school system, with great nonprofits that you have here in Edgecombe, and obviously the community college to get that done. So the ask is just to put that flag in the ground, and then when I say support the development implementation of a local community attainment roadmap, that means stand behind County Manager Evans and follow the lead on this get off the list work, because it's already paving that road. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions?
I got one.
Go right ahead.
I'm just curious, what kind of degree or earned credential did the 20 people get, or any example you can give me?
Yeah, I would say on average it's going to be about half bachelor's degrees, and maybe at this point it's probably about 8 of those are getting an associate's degree. Only a couple are getting credentials. The credential phenomenon is a fairly new one because we're getting the jobs that credentials can now land people. You know, we went through 50 years as a country of losing manufacturing jobs, and it's only recently that we've seen that turn up. So strategies around how to do it at a high level are still under development, especially for the kind of advanced manufacturing jobs we're seeing come in today. So we have to ballpark, and we say 7.5% are receiving those kind of certificates in total out of the 100%. So it's a very small number. But I think, you know, on this point, when we look back 5 and 10 years from now, that number's going to be primed to grow. And it will match. You'll see a piece on the back that talks about labor market alignment. That's what are the employers saying they need skills-wise, and then what's being provided skills-wise. We want to get that number to as close to 100% as possible. And I think the credentials will be a big piece of that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not a question, but I want to thank Mr. Brenton for making part of my presentation that I had tonight. I've had the opportunity to be a part of the cohort for the Hunt Institute for the Elevate North Carolina Higher Education. So I got to meet a lot of your colleagues about 2 weeks ago, and very excited about Gina Zhang, who is very active. And so everything he said, and I was so engaged that I sent it to my college. I work at community college. I sent it directly to my community college president. I also work for the director of college and career readiness at the college. I sent the presentation to her as well because I felt both of them could utilize some of that information that y'all had given to us for our programs at the college level. And I had shared with our manager that what we were talking about. So I'm very excited to hear your presentation, that it fulfills exactly what we studied those 2 days and with those people around the table. So there's a lot more to come. I appreciate the presentation.
I thank you for those comments first, Commissioner Harris, but also for your efforts. That's exactly what, those steps, that codification of this ecosystem, this educational attainment ecosystem, it's going to happen through a lot of baby steps, a lot of connectivity. But if we all agree what we see in the data and what we want to do about it, all of a sudden we're rowing in the same direction. This room is full of people who care deeply about Edgecombe County, right? But if they all get north and they all start rowing in their own direction, then all of a sudden we see a lot of great energy being expended, but not necessarily leading to the kind of gains that we want to see. So this is about alignment. It's about sense making at a very high level, and you're in the center of that. You know, you're not the bullseye. You're not the center of the bullseye. That's it. A county commissioner, a board of commissioners is the strongest entity to really influence change. So I appreciate your comments and your actions, Commissioner.
Any other questions, comments? Thank you so much.
We do have, Mr. Chairman, in your agenda packet, a recommended resolution to support my future NC, and it specifically notes an attainment goal for Edgecombe County. And you'll see in the resolution that we're recommending an attainment goal of 5,762 individual and high-quality credentials. Based on the information shared right now, we have a little over 4,149. So that's a goal for us to strive for. Yes, sir. Ask if you would consider adopting that resolution.
Motion?
So moved. Second.
Question? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is adopted. Thank you. Next.
All right, next I'm going to call up Ms. Teresa Lewis, the tax administrator, who's going to discuss with you our proposed schedule of values.
Good evening. The proposed schedule, standards, and rules to be used in the 2024 reappraisal of real property in Edgecombe County is being presented to the Board of Commissioners tonight. You should each have one in front of you. In accordance with North Carolina General Statutes 105-317-1, a copy of the schedules will be placed in the office of the county manager and in the office of the tax assessor, where they will remain available for public inspection. A date for the public hearing on the proposed schedule, standards, and rules needs to be set. I propose that date be held by the Board of County Commissioners at their regular scheduled meeting on Monday, October 2nd, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Jonathan Felton Commissioners Room of the Administration Building, 201 St. Andrews Street, Tarboro, North Carolina. A public hearing notice will be advertised notifying the public of such hearing. If you have any questions after you've had a chance to take a look over your book, please let me know. I'll be glad to help. The important thing to remember is that this schedule will not be able to tell you what an individual's value will be in January. These are the guidelines that we're using to determine those at this time. And some important dates to remember is going forward, the public hearing will be held October 2nd. Adoption will be recommended at November 6th. And then there'll be an appeal period that the public will have to appeal the schedules, which is 30 days, and that will end on December 6th. And then the value notices will go out to the public the 1st of February. Okay? Do you have any questions for me tonight?
Any questions for Ms. Lewis?
I really don't have a question, but I'd really like our citizens to understand exactly what you're telling us. We know what it is, but I'd like, your regular citizen to understand what is getting ready to happen.
Yes, ma'am. So what we do during the revaluation process is we actually contracted with a contractor, JWE Services, who is approved by the state of North Carolina to be a revaluation firm. They have been in our office and in the public for the last year and a half, doing field work, visiting properties. Every property in the county has been visited. A picture has been taken, and we have reviewed the sales and the market over this last time period and made changes to our existing schedules, which your base rates, your just everything, your depreciation, anything that may be taxed on your property record card has been looked at and made changes according to the record of sales that have been reviewed over the last year and a half. And then it's been all put into this point system. And this point system, if it's approved, will be uploaded into our tax software, and it will calculate the value of that home based off of the sales that we have reviewed over the last year. That's kind of a very broad description of what very complicated process.
Would an example be if you had a paved driveway to your home, that would be?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A paved driveway is considered an outbuilding in our system. Yes, sir. Any improvement to your property is taxed.
That's what I wanted people to know. I don't want them to be shocked, surprised when it happens. I want them to know in advance that it's going to happen and what it means.
Yes, ma'am.
And we're going to be shocked anyway.
Everyone will get a notice.
Right.
They will get a notice. They will be told what their new value is proposed. Now, with that being said, this is a mass appraisal. So we don't go in your house. We don't know other changes. We could have things wrong, and that will be the opportunity to point that out, come to set up an appointment with our revaluation team, go through the appeal process, review the information, and if we can make an adjustment based off the information, then we'll make that adjustment. You have seen in the past that bringing that into our attention and making that adjustment can make your property value go up, because we could have several things wrong, missing, then we do have an obligation to make your property record card correct, and that's the goal.
Anytime an inspector goes in your home, it could go different than you thought.
That's correct. But the
I know
goal
I
of
had
our
that.
office is for it to be accurate. But
And I asked that because I remember years ago when I brought it to, I was like, this can't be right. It made my tax bill higher, but I realized if I get ready to sell my home, I want it to be valued at the right value when I get ready to sell it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's why I wanted people to understand what is about to happen. We have a lot of elderly citizens who also may need to come and look at the value. There may be some discount that senior citizens at a certain age may get from the town. Everybody to know that.
Yes,
So that's why I want the audience to know. So you can tell grandma, tell your aunt, tell your uncle. If your neighbor finds out that they got it, I want you to come and ask them. You
Yes,
can't
ma'am.
get it if you don't ask.
That's correct. And it's not retro. So just because you didn't know the last 5 years, it only starts from that point of the application and approval.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, is there a motion to call for a public hearing to be held on October the 2nd?
So moved.
Second? Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the public hearing is called. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're having public petitions. If there's anybody that would like to speak, please come forward and state your name and address for the public record. Is there anybody to speak at this time? Please come forward, sir, and state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Larry McNeil, 303 William Walston Lane in Tarboro, North Carolina. I'm part of Edgecombe County. I've been in Edgecombe County all my life, born and raised. But I want to say something tonight. Ms. McNeil got into the transportation company to be of service, and I'm glad she did, because she have done exceptionally well, and I think she's done too well, to put it mildly. Also, she got into it to serve the community of Edgecombe County, not to make a lot of money, but to serve her community. Let me say tonight, we are not here for you to change your mind, or we are not here to, we're not mad because you didn't renew our contract. But there is some things that you could have done better, or you could have done a whole lot better when it comes to the drivers and the people of Edgecombe County that we were serving. And I think a 3-day notice to let us know that you were no longer on our contract, that was, I mean, I just don't know where that's coming from. But in the long run, you didn't hurt Ms. McNeil, or you didn't hurt Fountain Transportation. The people of Edgecombe County are the people that you hurt. The drivers that we was employed, those are the people you hurt. And I'm saying you as a collective, because I don't know who make decisions. You know, I sat in a couple of meetings with Mr. Evans about changing from the top, get off that list, get off the list from the bottom. And I'm telling you, with you doing what you did and how you did it, you added more people to the unemployment line. You added more people that can't get to their appointments on time. That miss appointments because they didn't have no way to get there. So those are the people that you hurt. Now, I just want to say I'm very disappointed in Edgecombe County. A 3-day notice, and we had signed an extension, and a contract extension. At that time, if you know you weren't going to renew the contract, which I think you already knew, that you could have said, Ms. McNeil, this is your last month. Give us a 30-day notice, and people could find them something else to do if they needed to. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I need some explanation on that.
Yeah, so I certainly appreciate Mr. McNeil's comments. Just to give you some context to the process, the service that he's referring to is the non-emergency Medicaid eligible transportation. And so a department that's done, coordinated through our Department of Social Services. Our primary transportation provider is Tar River Transit. We have had, and we found a need to have a secondary company to sort of fill in those gaps where Tar River Transit is not able to serve or meet those needs adequately. So over the years, we've had different companies to do that. And so, and I'm not sure exactly how long ago, but a couple of months ago or so at least, we went back out to solicit proposals for this service, as we should do as part of our procurement process. I don't know right offhand how many proposals we received, but I know multiple proposals we received. Ms. Battle, our DSS director, and she had some of her team members reviewed those proposals and rated them based on a rating system that we have that was included in the RFP that we published. And based on their review of that criterion, including capability of providing the service, cost, experience, those kinds of things were used to rate and make the recommendation for the company that we select. And so at a previous meeting, that recommendation was brought to you all, and it was a different company than this company. So I think they certainly knew that we were going through this proposal process. And of course, they wouldn't have known whether they would have been selected or not until the process was complete. I will say, as far as citizens who rely on that service still can get that service. It has to be coordinated through Department of Social Services, and it will be just with another provider. So I totally understand, the situation that this puts them as a company in. I'm sure that they would have, loved to be able to have this contract, for a long period of time. But we were just doing our due diligence to go out and solicit other proposals.
Great.
Go ahead.
How long had this service, had Fountain Transportation been providing the service?
I think 2 years, but
3 years and 4 months.
3 years.
So a little over 2 years.
Okay, my next question. And I don't recall it coming before us. I remember the new company.
Yeah.
But is 3 days correct? That we gave them 3-day notice?
I don't know. I'll have to verify that. And I will say that they've been aware that we were soliciting proposals. They knew that process was going on, but I can't really speak to that. I'll have to check into that.
Some of that does not come before us. What comes before us is the recommendation. Is the recommendation of who will get the contract. We are not, this board, we are not involved in the selection process.
That's cool.
That's a recommendation from staff. Okay.
That's cool.
Please come forward, ma'am.
My name is Tamika Brown. I live in Edgecombe County. That day that those riders found out that they had to find their own way there, a lot of us don't have it that easy. Some of us had to come out of pocket. Some of us go to dialysis using this transportation, where we couldn't find other people to come get us. We're missing dialysis treatments behind this. We definitely do not want to ride with Rocky Mount Transit.
Hello.
Okay? Because any 2 times you got to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning
Hello.
to catch a ride, and your appointment ain't until 6, 7:30, but you on this van until whenever they pick you up,
Yeah.
and then they pick you up whenever they get ready.
Okay.
I have been sitting out there getting off this machine at 2 o'clock, and I didn't get home until 6. Sometimes 7 or 8 o'clock, because they come get you when they want to come get you. Rocky Mount Transit are some of the rudest,
Hello. I'm with you.
disrespectful people I've ever seen in my life.
I'm with you.
If you overweight, they don't want to put you on that ramp. Instead of them coming to your door, Miss Brown, we out here. 5 minutes, no call, no blowing the horn. If you ain't out there in 5 minutes, they leave.
Yeah.
And I tell you, they ain't coming back to get you. When we got with Fountain opened up a lot of doors.
Yes, it did.
A lot of doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
It gave us time enough to be home to eat breakfast
Yes.
in the morning. It got us home in time enough to get some of our kids off the buses.
Yes.
Instead of sitting there having to call around, I'm still at dialysis. Can you get my child? Can you go make sure my child got home from school okay? That was wrong.
Come on.
We learned that day.
Yes.
I learned at 7 o'clock in the morning that I didn't have no ride.
I was second.
More people. I got people right now that go to my dialysis center right now that have not been able to come to dialysis because they don't have no way to get there. And the ones that y'all got picking us up, child, did y'all even just ask questions? We're riding their rides, their personal cars that smell like marijuana, sex, and every other thing in there that you can imagine. My first experience in the car, I get off at dialysis and I'm like, I look at my tech, my dialysis tech, do I smell like marijuana? She was like, no, Mika, but I smell it. I swear, it's coming from that car that social services put us in without realizing it. Just like I told that girl, she had stuff to fall out her pocketbook in the back floorboard of that car. Excuse my French for what I'm about to say, and I told her just like this. If it was any drugs that ran up under that seat and Rocky Mountain Finance pull us over, you better hope I get put in handcuffs first. Because if you say it's mine, I'm going to beat your ass. Period. Because that's dangerous. Oh, get in one today trying to buckle my seatbelt. The seatbelt don't work. I got children I'm living for. I got a mama that's going through Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. I got a son that's autistic that I got to live for, that depends on me every day. So me missing dialysis is a problem. At first, I said I was going to sit back, but then I realized something. Y'all only didn't take from me. Y'all took for drivers. Y'all took out a family member's mouth from feeding their own children, paying their light bills and their rent, because y'all decided to not renew a contract. But who y'all renewed the contract with ain't hitting no nothing.
Talk about it.
They ain't hitting no nothing. And it's crazy to me that we gotta get up 3 o'clock in the morning if you got a morning shift. You gotta be 3 hours already to go to an appointment. That you gotta sit in the van. They gotta pick up everybody in the world before you get to your dialysis appointment.
Yep. Yep.
Doctors the same way. Rocky Mountain Transit don't care. They don't care. They throw these people on these vans like it ain't nothing. Like we yesterday's trash. Baby, I'm nobody's trash. Nobody's. I wasn't even born in the state of North Carolina. I was born in Plainfield, New Jersey. They would have never did this to us. Never. We would have found out a couple of days before. But I'll tell you what, y'all ain't seen this face. This will not be the last time y'all see his face. Because until she get this back, we will be here at every meeting. And y'all gonna get tired of seeing us. Because y'all gonna think we one of y'all children. Y'all gonna see us just as much as y'all see y'all family. Because this is wrong.
Yes, it is.
It is wrong.
Yes.
You got people like her that can't get around.
Yes.
They can't get on no regular car and go nowhere.
Right.
Missing appointments. When we miss our dialysis appointments, we don't get to come home from dialysis. We're going to the hospital. And who wants to be in there?
Nobody.
Nobody. Because I done did that route. I'm not trying to do that route again. Somebody, I don't know who, but y'all need to get somebody with some act right and get this together.
I agree with you.
Because this is too much.
Too much.
Entirely too much.
Too much.
We pay y'all. So what's the problem? Come on, y'all all shaking y'all head up here. Let's put y'all in a position that we put in. Let's take y'all calls and park them somewhere and let y'all ride with people that you don't know. First of all, Rocky Mountain don't speak to people. They don't ask how people feeling, how they doing. This lady company got manners.
Yes.
Manners.
All day, every day.
They don't cuss in front of us.
Yes.
We don't hear that conversation on their personal phone.
Yes.
But y'all chose to go with this other company. Both companies, Tar River and U-House. Ain't hitting no trash. Somebody need to slam dunk them in the trash can.
All right now.
But I want y'all to remember this Tamika Brown. And remember this face. Because you shall see me again.
Yes, I'm here to support public transportation. Like she just said, if you got appointments, you gotta go to Greenville. They only have 3 days a week. If you don't make that appointment within 3 days a week, you don't get there. Like last Thursday, my wheelchair need repair. I had medications I need to pick up. I had a new doctor, but I can't get my medicine. I saw a new doctor. I couldn't even get to the doctor office. And then when I called social service, they're gonna tell me I gotta ride fountain transportation. No, I don't have to ride transportation because they did us wrong. I like to die on fountain transportation one day. Tar River. I'm sorry, Tar River. I like to got killed on Tar River van one day. They were carrying a whole load of us home. This girl knew how to drive. She ran in front of cars. And then this dude named Mike was sitting beside me. He took the whole arm of my chair off. If my arm would have been there, it would have been my arm instead of my chair. And I heard about Shirley McNeil. I said, oh, let me give her a call. Because I'm tired of Tar River. They don't treat us like nothing. They treat us like dirt. And I called and told her how they damaged my chair. They didn't even fix my chair. On the other chair I had. This chair here, they broke the light on my chair. I called about that day and said, look, your driver broke my light on my chair. You know what she did? We can't help you. But y'all got insurance. Why you can't help me? And then they put us on that van all day long. We be hungry. You got to use the bathroom. You can't go to the bathroom. You can't get nothing to eat. It's not right. We should be treated like dogs. We as human beings like they are. I mean, trans they need to take their license. Because they don't need to be carrying nobody no doctor office. They don't do nothing for us. But make us look like dogs and cats. We're not like that. We're as human beings. We should have a chance to get what we want. If we want to ride fountain transportation, shouldn't be no problem. We should be able to ride. These people treat us nice. They speak to us. They make sure we good. We can't ask them no more. When you call and say you ready, they're right there. You call fountain, you might get home at 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
What was her name?
And you call Tar River, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. If you got an 8 o'clock appointment, they're going to pick you up 6 o'clock in the morning. If you ain't out there, you don't get no ride. It's not right. It's not right what to do this. You on Brenda line. You on a handicap trail and you got to be out all the time night. It's not right. It's dangerous out here. We got to be in the dark waiting for a van. It's not right. I hope we can get our van back.
Is there anybody else to speak?
My name is Regina Canty. I'm from Tarboro, North Carolina.
Last name is what?
Canty, C-A-N-T-E-Y.
Go ahead.
I would like to state, Fountain Transportation did propose our contract for non-emergency medical driving. Okay, we submitted it June the 6th. We've been working with Edgecombe County for 3 years and 4 months. When it was a problem with rates, we always came together to negotiate a rate for Edgecombe County. Okay, so I feel as if this issue is personal because I have had issue with Ms. Betty Battle, the director, through emails, okay? So I feel this is more of a personal issue to attack Fountain Transportation. I don't think it's they outbidded us or their bid was lower. No, that's not the case. That's not the case at all. We received an email August the 28th telling us that we no longer had to bid, but you know why? Because I kept emailing Miss Betty Battle and I CC Mr. Evans. I never received a response from Miss Betty Battle. She had one of her personnel to email me an attachment from her. She never responded back. Mr. Evans, please check your email from August the 31st and September the 1st. You will see so many emails from dialysis clinics and hospitals that will let you know your citizens have missed numerous appointments because they have no transportation. I'm not asking you to feel pity or, us. That's not what I'm saying. We here to serve Edgecombe County. I am unemployed because of the termination of the business. I got 4 kids. I'm on my own. So I need my job. You said Edgecombe County, number one thing was high unemployment rate. But guess what? I'm unemployed. I'm unemployed. I know you all may not have nothing to do with it, but I just want you all to know my opinion and voice it here so everybody will know. So no, we're not mad because of that. I feel like the procedure was done incorrectly. Thank you.
Is there anybody else to speak?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Tracy Phillips. I reside at 1109 U.S. Highway 301 in Whitakers, North Carolina. At a recent board meeting, I stood before you with deep concern, ignited by unsettling discoveries in the state auditor's report. These revelations exposed a series of alarming issues: unapproved board amendments, IRS payment delays, incomplete and unreconciled bank statements, bank accounts, a purchasing policy violation by the county manager, employee overpayments, and then overpayment of insurance costs. In response to this severe mismanagement of our county's resources, I boldly called upon the county manager's resignation. To my dismay, the board chair endorsed the county manager's performance, assuring that Mr. Evans would remain in his role as long as you held the position, Mr. Wiggins.
I still do.
While this endorsement may have been well-intentioned, it signals tolerance for ineffective job performance. This is a leadership concern that carries grave implications for county employees and Edgecombe County as a whole. It's like a slow-acting poison, gradually eroding our foundations. This leadership failure has condemned Edgecombe County to the lowest statewide rankings, marked by poor health statistics, persistent child poverty, underperforming schools, housing crises, stagnant economic growth, and a shrinking population. Moreover, a startling 24% of our population is age 65 or older, contributing to our dwindling tax base. Leadership must bear responsibility, and Mr. Wiggins, who has served as chair for over a decade, must reflect on his role in our county's current state. My concern goes beyond acknowledging failure. It centers on embracing change. Failure, while not a death knell, can become one if one stubbornly refuses to change. The evidence is clear. The current approach is not working. Adding to our challenges, this board imposes the second highest property tax rate statewide. But at this September meeting, we are to hear about plans of upcoming increases in assessments. I would recommend that you freeze these assessments for 3 years. Rising property taxes disproportionately burden low-income households, increasing the risk of default and foreclosure. By the way, this burden can be alleviated. You do have the opportunity to use the $10 million surplus from fiscal year 22 and the consistent surpluses you've had from fiscal year 22-22 to reduce our property taxes from 0.95 to 0.67. This adjustment would align our tax rate with Nash counties and hopefully promote some economic growth while benefiting our citizens. I would challenge the new CFO to evaluate this proposal and confirm its benefits and feasibility. At the same time, it's disheartening to witness the county office's inexplicable expansion while our population dwindles. Since 2013, Edgecombe County has had a 13% decline in population. Yet this county government is able to add 6 new positions, including an additional tax collector, while at the same time, the board rewards itself with a 10% salary increase, in stark contrast to our protective services, including EMS and the Sheriff Detention Services. These people who are the backbone of our community, who received a mere 5%. Hope dims even further as the economic prospects of the Kingsborough industrial site flickers with no workforce in sight. The county's persistent decline reflects failed leadership, exemplified by the recent Get Off the List campaign. Remarkably, this was the first time in over 2 decades that the county manager engaged with the community to address our abysmal statewide rankings in well-being, in mortality, and overall quality of our lives. Regrettably, you weren't present at that meeting, any of those community meetings either. To make matters worse, the county manager audaciously informed attendees that services could be improved despite commendable community efforts. Given this disheartening track record, the board offers taxpayers 0 return on investment. Instead, it shifts the burden of mismanagement and poor decision-making onto our children and our grandchildren. This feels like a slap in the face to the generations of families who have invested in our community. Trapped in a mentality of chronic underperformance, a culture of blame, and providing Band-Aid solutions to deeply entrenched long-term problems, the citizens of Edgecombe County don't want to merely survive. We are interested in living, and they deserve a future. We expect better. We deserve more. Enough is enough. Rest assured, a day of reckoning is at hand.
Is there anybody else to speak?
Hey, my name is Avon Purdy. I'm one
What's
of
the
the
name?
drivers. Avon Purdy. I'm one of the drivers for Fountain Transportation, and I just want to say that Fountain Transportation is a good company to work for. We talk to the people that we go pick up and everything. We assure them that we're going to take them to their appointment and back home quick as possible. And we do. They love us. So that's what all all this is about. Because we do not just go there, pick them up, and then start busting at them every time. And then take them to their apartments and drop them off, or drop them at their driveway and leave them. We help the people. That's what we're supposed to do. We always help people. I always tell, when I started this company last year, and I love it, but till now, but we always help the people. I talk to the people and everything. Be nice to them, polite and all that. Need the help? And then they might say, yeah, okay, I'll help them out. Do wheelchairs, push them up in the van, and strap them in, pull them out the van, push them to their appointment, so they won't miss them. We get them there early as we can. Maybe an hour or 30 minutes early, but they love us. So I hate to see this company go. I hate to see it. But the people, they just love us the way we do. We don't do like transit do or other transportation. A lot of people say, I wish y'all would come get us. I said, well, okay, call us and we'll try to come get you. When they do, we go get them. And we treat them better than transit do. So, thank you.
Is there anybody else to speak? Here.
Good evening, Melissa Dancy, 127 Midway Lane, Tarboro. Mailing address, P.O. Box 1391 Pine Tops. I didn't really come to say anything tonight, but the last time I was here, you know I'm always coming about the sheriff's office calls and all that good stuff. I learned the last time after I left that the sheriff's office do not have the federal prisons anymore. And I know they brought in a lot of income. And I still couldn't understand why that money could not have been used to get cars. Last Thursday morning, I left home to go to work. I got 211,000 miles on my car and my transmission went out. I would hate to see, or hate to need, a sheriff deputy to come to my house or in my neighborhood or anywhere in the county and their car put them down like I did, had to turn around and go back home. So I'm here again asking that we get some calls for our sheriff office. And I'm glad to see those two guys come in and they mentioned about they're trying to get some money. So I'm hoping in the near future that we get our sheriff office some new calls because, like I said, some I seen like they were back in the 80s. So please get us some new sheriff calls so they can do that job. Thank you.
Is there anybody else to speak? Hearing none. Any comments from the board?
Yes, sir. First of all, I'd like to let you know that we did not get a 10% increase. If so, it wasn't in my check. Just to set the record straight. Also, we live in the county and we pay the same tax rate. I live in Tarboro, so I pay city tax and county tax. So please don't feel that I'm trying to throw anything on you that I myself don't have to pay. Okay? I wanted to get that straight about that 10%. If y'all got y'all's, somebody missed mine.
I didn't get mine.
I didn't get mine either.
The
We
board,
didn't write it in the budget.
the
so I
board,
know I
the
didn't.
board was not. Please, ma'am, ma'am,
You know it.
ma'am, you've all.
I'm not
Hold it,
doing
Ms.
it.
Harris.
And you
Ms.
know
Harris,
it.
hold it. We're not interchanging
Yeah.
with the public.
Not staff.
We're not interchanging with the public.
I'm elected.
Is any other comment? Just one thing. I think that I've heard sufficient information from some of the public members in terms of the transportation.
We'll certainly look into it.
We need answers. We need answers as it relates to the transportation company that we just gave her a contract. We need information on what the tar road. I mean,
Yeah.
is that-
Rocky Mount Train.
Rocky Mount, the transport. In terms of the
Tar road.
conduct,
Right.
we need that kind of information. There were allegations made that you heard in terms of the board needs answers to some of those concerns.
Yes, sir.
And as it relates to other complainants, sometimes I think that they don't have all of the information when they come to complain to the board, and I think we we as a board have a policy as we don't necessarily to change with our public in terms of, we can't give answers here because it might take some investigation from our staff to respond to some of your concerns. I will say, I think that as a board, we honor what our staff recommends to us in terms of the process that they take to do contracts. And Mr. Evans would certainly review that process. Okay, that is as much as I can give unless there are other concerns from this board. But I do believe that from the transportation end of it, we will get answers from Mr. Evans. So, okay. In terms of whether that will be rescinded, this board cannot respond to that until such time as Mr. Evans comes back to us. Okay.
I just have a clarifying question on that. Can we not have more than one provider that they choose reimbursement for?
Typically, we have just one in addition to Tar River Transit, so we have two.
Yeah.
Because there just has not shown enough need for multiple providers. And if you spread that too thinly, it's difficult for a company to ramp up, purchase vans, hire staff to be able to provide that service if they're not sure that they're going to get an adequate volume of rides.
That process, the initial provider is who? This is a backup. These are backups.
Essentially, yes, sir. Tar River Transit has a broader route, and as has been mentioned tonight, because of a broader route, that they're not able to provide as very direct and I guess what would be considered timely service, which is another reason for having a second provider who has more flexibility than Tar River Transit, who has a much broader route. The initial approval has to go through our Department of Social Service, make sure it's Medicaid eligible, and it's approved, and then it's scheduled with the provider.
And why is Tar River Transit always first? Why is that first company?
Tar River Transit has an overall contract with both counties, Nash and Edgecombe County, to provide service, not just Medicaid-related travel, transportation, but also the rural transportation grant that we get through the North Carolina Department of Transportation. They administer that for us as well. So they have this
subsidized?
That's right.
Excuse me,
Go right ahead. I'll take your question.
may I say something on that?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that it's non-medical, right? Okay, but do you know the company that y'all letting us ride with don't accept medication?
This is paid directly from the state to the provider through Medicaid.
No. That woman said Medicaid don't pay her nothing.
I don't know if I can.
He'll look into that. Any other questions from the board?
Was just clarifying.
It's on the website.
It's okay.
I just got a general question.
Make sure you write it down.
Forget the name of the provider. Are these providers, don't they have a code of ethics or operation or safety rules or anything?
They do.
I mean, some of the things I've heard tonight are just fantastic.
We're not entertaining public questions. That end is over. And I ask you to please, please hold your conversations. Please hold your conversations. Go ahead.
I was just wondering about some of the questions that were brought up tonight about what some of these people.
We can't hear from you, sir. That's ended. We're through with that. Please come forward. Let's hear from you. Come on. Let's hear from you.
My name is Anthony Davis, and that's you all, Mr. Evans? Yes, sir. I've contacted you all on several occasions and said that this new contract has been, I guess your receptionist or whoever.
Talking to Mike, sir.
She said that you would call me. I've been sitting by the phone waiting on you to call me. You haven't called, you don't make phone calls. Huh?
He hasn't
Bullshitting
called
me,
you.
man. Excuse my expression. But, in this new company that you have, the lady called me and said, "Sir, I'm out in front of your house." I said, "No, you can't be in front of my house because I'm in front of it." She says, I'm at an address in Tarboro. I said, "I don't live in Tarboro. I live in Rocky Mount." So either you can't read the address or you don't care where the hell you are, but you're going to call me and say you were in Tarboro looking for me, and the information was given to her, the right address and everything. Okay? Why would you go to Tarboro looking for me? You in front of my house in Tarboro? I live in Rocky Mount. Then that was the same day I called you. She said, you were in a meeting or something? I'll have him call you as soon as he come out of the meeting, because I was a little bit, hot around the collar. But this new company you got, I don't know whose back getting stretched for it. Okay, somebody's back has got to be getting stretched, because these people don't even have the vehicles suppose you got 2 wheelchairs, you got a van, they come and get you in a van, you can't give her 1 chair and you got to sit crossways to get in it. To ride. You're not looking straight ahead, you looking at from right to left. Huh? Come on. What's happening, man?
We will be sure to follow up on
Yeah, well, whoever back is getting stretched, it's getting stretched good, because I'm gonna tell you, it's not working for us. It is not working for us. Suppose I stretch your back and see how much money fall out of it. Thank you.
All that they claim they ain't got.
Yeah. Now, we're going to ask, ma'am, you cannot continue to disrupt this meeting in that manner. We will hear from you, but please refrain from it, please. Moving on, public petition is now closed. Moving on to other business. Ms. Evans?
Yes, sir. So the next agenda item is regarding the CDBG Neighborhood Revitalization Program. You want to wait till?
Yes, please. Going out there to recruit them folk now. Going out there to recruit them folk.
She put it together.
I didn't remember who I was right there.
Watch it. Hold it. You're on the mic there.
They did overdose now. I told Betty to get on. I think that was staged.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
At your last meeting, we discussed the North Carolina Department of Commerce's Community Development Block Grant Neighborhood Revitalization Program. The program provides funding for the renovation and replacement of substandard housing for low to moderate income families. Funds may be spent on rehabilitation, including what we refer to as scattered site housing, acquisition, clearance, relocation, substantial rehabilitation, replacement housing, and emergency repairs. We plan to have the second required public hearing at this meeting, but the final program guidelines were only recently released, and the due date for applications is now November 15th, 2023. Therefore, we need additional time to prepare the application before we present it for public comment. I do want to take this opportunity to let you and the public know more about the CDBG Neighborhood Revitalization Program and the type of project we are considering submitting. Under the CDBG NR program, projects must incorporate at least one of the following livability principles as a focus. First is to promote equitable, affordable housing, expand location and energy-efficient housing choices for people of all ages, incomes, races, and ethnicities to increase mobility and lower the combined cost of housing and transportation. Second is supporting existing communities. That is to target federal funding towards existing communities through strategies like transition-oriented mixed-use development and land recycling to increase community revitalization and the efficiency of public works investments and to safeguard rural landscapes. Third, to value communities and neighborhoods. That is to enhance the unique characteristics of all communities by investing in healthy, safe, and walkable neighborhoods, rural, urban, and suburban. We are currently drafting an application to provide scattered site housing rehabilitation. This type of assistance for existing housing stock continues to be a great need here in Edgecombe County, and there are few other sources of fundings to meet that need. In housing rehabilitation, we are typically able to perform comprehensive repairs to address major structural, mechanical, and even accessibility needs for low to moderate income residents. At the public hearing, we would like to hear citizens' comments on our proposed project. We will bring the final application for further citizen input at your October meeting. I recommend that you call for the second hearing to be held at your October 2nd Board of Commissioners meeting.
Motion?
So moved. Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it know by voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is approved. Mr. Evans.
Item B, there are a number of budget amendments for your consideration. You'll see, as usual, they're separated between those first that need your approval, those that are under the limit that I can approve, and those that are under the limit that can be approved by our finance officer. You'll see budget amendments 1 through 5A in the section that does require your approval. The first one I'll mention, budget amendment number 1, I will ask you to hold that. That is a part of another agenda item, actually item K, where we will be discussing security improvements in the building. So I ask you to hold that for the moment. Budget amendment number 2, this is in Department of Social Services. Due to vacancies, we are working with a contract firm to provide some assistance in processing Medicaid and food stamps applications. So you'll see that budget amendment is recommending to move those funds from salaries to contract labor. Budget amendment number 3, this is in what we call central services. That is for items that are not specific to a particular department. You're seeing that we under budgeted for insurance and bonding, and so we're recommending moving that from telephone to insurance and bonding. Budget amendment number 4 is Health Department. We still have vacancies in the WIC program. We are contracting those nutritional services out at the moment, so you'll see that is moving moving funds from salaries and related lines to contract services in the Health Department. Budget amendment number 5 is in the Solid Waste Department, and that is moving some funds from equipment and repairs to landfill maintenance. That's due to some additional grading work and dirt we had to move in for that we did not anticipate, so we'll recommend that approval. And the final one for your approval is budget amendment 5A. And as you know, generally when we prepare the budget and present to you, that's based on what we expect our revenues to be, and in this case including an administrative reimbursement. And then we make those adjustments once we find what that is. And so we're increasing that revenue by a little over $23,000 and appropriating that in low-income water assistance. And so I recommend that you approve budget amendments number 2 through 5A. Be happy to answer any questions you might have on those or any of the
Any
others.
questions before I get a motion?
Just
Go right ahead.
one comment. I appreciate you taking the time to explain each item. Can we get full descriptions at the top of the budget amendments? Some departments do that and others don't.
Okay.
To reallocate within budget is not a
Sure.
it's not a valid budget amendment. So
Yep, we can do that.
Any other questions or comments? Is a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Question? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, they are approved. Next.
Next, you'll see we have a series of actions. First few will be actions between water sewer districts 2 and 6. And then beyond that, we have others that are utilities related. I'm going to ask Mr. Mike Matthews to come to the podium.
Do I need to go ahead and go into,
Yes, sir. I do recommend that you
go into the Board of Governors Board?
Yes, sir.
There's a motion to recess regular meeting. We've got a motion to second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. Aye. All opposed, we now sit as the body, governing body of Water and Sewer District 2 and 6.
Mr. Chairman, may for the benefit of the public, I explain why it's necessary that we do that.
Go right ahead.
In our utility system, which is water and sewer that we provide, our county is divided into 6 districts. They are separated into districts primarily for funding purposes. We pursue funding, sometimes grants, sometimes loans, sometimes a combination of the two, and they're based on each of those districts. This board sits as the governing body for each of our 6 districts. So whenever there is any kind of transaction that needs to happen either in a particular district or in this case between 2 districts, this board has to come from sitting as the Board of Commissioners and then sit as the governing board of the respective district. So you'll see, if you'll look to attachment number 5 in your agenda packet, and Mr. Matthews is going to tell you what we are asking that you to consider doing with that.
Go right ahead.
Good evening. So the first one that you're looking at is a interconnection agreement between District Number 2 and District Number 6. Basically, what you're doing is, with this resolution, is you're authorizing the county manager to sign the interconnection agreement that is right behind it. What this is going to do is, as you know, with the District 6 project, there's going to be an interconnection involved in that project where water is going to be brought in kind of as an emergency source into District 6, which is the town of Princeton. Well, it can't do that without an interconnection agreement between the 2 districts, because District 2 buys water. It essentially will almost be selling water in a kind of a, not for a cost, but essentially selling water to District 6. This interconnection agreement will also provide, if there were to ever come a day that if District 2 were to sell sewer to District 6 or 6 to 2, it would help with that interconnection agreement. So the first one that you're doing is just an interconnection agreement from 2 to 6.
Where's 2? What is 2 comprised of?
Basically, District 2 is just south of the town of Tarver and the town of Princeville. It kind of makes a little loop all the way to where 258 and Highway 42 split at that intersection. 42, everything on Highway 42 north is District 2. Everything Highway 42 south would be District 3. And 2 kind of makes a little loop around the town of Tarver. Well, kind of a half loop around the town of Tarver.
Can you just help me out and clear me up? Why all of a sudden are we needing this when we've never had it before?
We have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We've done this. We actually did one with District 4 through District 2, and it was actually pretty hilarious. Commissioner Belton, I thought he was going to die laughing because he couldn't figure out what we were doing. But it is part of USDA's requirements for us to do this.
It's just permission.
It is, yes, sir.
Any other questions?
I'll second it.
Now,
We got you.
should it read District 2 and 6?
So for now, you're as the governing body of Water Sewer District 2.
Okay.
Approving the resolution.
Okay, all right. Is there a motion to approve?
I motion to approve.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Go ahead.
Okay, and then the next one that you have is another resolution from, you'll be sitting as the Board of Water and Sewer District Number 6, authorizing the county manager to sign the interconnection agreement between 6 and 2. And sort of what this one's going to do is we've applied for funding for the Lone Pine Sewer Project, which is located in District 2. It's going to be sending sewer through District 6 to the town of Tarver for treatment. So this interconnection agreement will allow that pass-through to happen. And that's ongoing. That's not, the other one's relatively temporary. This one's ongoing. Both of them are ongoing. Okay. Yeah, both of them will be permanent from this point forward. We just figured it's better to go ahead and get it all knocked out now. That way, if future projects come about, we'll have this in place. Sounds good.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Anything else?
Now you can recess. There will be other actions, but you don't have to sit as the governing board.
Or join or recess?
I'm sorry, you're going to
Okay.
adjourn as the governing board.
Is there a motion to adjourn as governing body of water systems?
So moved.
Second.
Question? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, we are now reconvened as the Board of County Commissioners. Next.
Oh, you want me to take this down? Okay. I'm telling y'all, this thing, I have looked at this thing 100 times trying to make sure I got it right. So before you is presented for consideration is Amendment Number 2 to the Grant Project Ordinance for Edgecombe County Water and Sewer District Number 6 Water and Wastewater System Improvements Project. The amendment offers additional subsequent funding, grant funding, in the amount of $2,327,000, bringing the total project budget to $9,401,000. It is recommended that you approve Amendment Number 2 to the Grant Project Ordinance as presented.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions?
$2 million.
All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
And just so you kind of understand the reason why these things are lower like they are, the emergency meeting that you guys had a couple months ago where USDA gave us the additional $2.3 million in grant funding, we have to approve a project ordinance first. We have to amend that project ordinance before we can sign the contract that you're fixing to sign. Because the money we have to do that first before we sign contracts. Presented for consideration is a construction contract to TA Loving Company in the amount of $5,918,826.25. Bids for the Edgecombe County Water and Sewer District Number 6 Water and Wastewater System Improvement Project were opened on March 31st, 2023. TA Loving Company was the lowest responsive bidder. It is recommended that you approve the construction contract as presented.
Motion?
So moved.
Second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved.
All right. Now, before you is change order number 1 to the contract that you just signed, or just approved, to the District 6
We got a
Water.
change order before we get.
Not the usual kind of change.
Look what's to come, go ahead.
All right, so before you is change order number 1 to the District 6 Water and Wastewater Sewer System Improvements Contract to TA Loving Company. Change order number 1 will increase the current construction contract of $5,918,826.25 to $7,877,346.25. As you recall, the additional $1,958,520 was made possible by the additional USDA Rural Development Grant funds. It is recommended that you approve the enclosed change order as presented.
Motion.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
And let me see. Okay. The next one is the amendment number 2 to the Water and Sewer Operations Ordinance. Presented for consideration is amendment number 2 to the Water and Sewer Operation Ordinance, originally adopted on June 28, 2023, as part of the budget adoption. The purpose of this amendment is to make correction to the water and sewer incentive rate schedule for FY24. It is recommended you approve this amendment as presented. What this is, I know last month we did amendment number 1, which made some corrections to the ordinance that we had adopted. We left out the incentive rate out of that. It has never really been a part of our budget ordinance until this past year. Now that we have an incentive rate, and it's just for Kingsborough Industrial Park clients coming in, because Rocky Mount went up on their water and sewer rates, we had to adjust ours as well. And by fault of myself, I left it out of the original budget ordinance. So this is just adding to that ordinance.
Motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, hearing none, it is approved. Next.
We received notice from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality of a grant award for the 2022 Eagles Road Water Line Extension Project. The award, which are federal ARPA funds, totaled $1,126,850. The project will extend an 8-inch water line along Eagles Road, which will provide potable water to approximately 20 residences. It is recommended that you approve the enclosed resolution and accompanying grant project ordinance and budget amendment as presented.
So this would be the budget, this would be number one budget, would that be?
This is new grant funding for a new project. Yes, sir. This will be the first time it comes before.
We had a motion and a second, right? Did you got it?
Yeah.
Questions?
Is this what Governor Cooper came to Pine Tops and talked about?
This is one of the two projects.
Okay.
If I had a trencher, I could probably do it for $1 million.
Any other questions, all comments? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
You previously adopted a resolution to authorize the submission of an application for grant funding available through the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. The 2023 General Water System Improvements application were not awarded in the first 3 rounds, but is eligible to be resubmitted. Therefore, I recommend that you adopt the enclosed resolution as presented.
Motion?
So moved.
Second. Question? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Go ahead. Next. Moving on.
I think that's all.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
It's a lot of water.
Next on the agenda is regarding our compensation plan, what we're referring to as Phase 1B. As you know, on June 28th, you approved what we refer to as Phase 1A of our new compensation plan, in that we created new compensation structures for the sheriff detention, EMS, healthcare, and general county offices. Based on the market study conducted by Mercer, increases were approved as follows: sheriff and detention, 5%, EMS, 5%, healthcare staff, and that is clinical staff, 8%, and other general county offices, 10%. Those increases were effective July 21st for the staff employed as of June 20th, 2023. Those increases were in our most recent pay, and on behalf of our entire team, I say thank you. That was a tremendous step forward in us closing the gap with our surrounding labor market, and will be a tremendous help in slowing down our turnover. I will note that we had asked you to budget $1.7 million in this current year's budget, and the cost of that is just a little bit over 1.7, actually 1.737, so pretty close. We've not yet implemented the new pay scales, therefore new staff coming in are still being paid with our long outdated pay scale. That is why I now recommend that you consider implementation of Phase 1B, which is to apply the new pay scales. Since we last shared the proposed pay scales with you, we've made some changes to improve them. These changes not only made further improvements relative to position replacement and gave clearer opportunities for career growth and modernized some of the position titles. It also minimized the financial impact of implementing the new pay scales. To make the point, what we had shared with you before when we looked at those numbers, it was the cost of implementing these new pay scales and bringing any staff who would then fall below the new scales up to the minimum originally was going to cost close to $500,000. The adjustments that we've made now brings that cost to just under 500,000. We'll now bring it under just under $200,000. I also want to remind you that the next step, Phase 2, will build in a relevant years of service model. We will further study that and plan to revisit it when we present the FY25 budget in the spring. Recommend that you approve the enclosed compensation plan ordinance that will apply the new pay scales under our overhaul compensation plan. I would like to invite Ms. Jonna Sharp, consultant, as you know, you've met her many times, has been working with us along with Mercer on this. While she's going to talk about a little bit, sort of a refresher of the overall new structure, as well as some of the changes, or we think improvements that we've made. While she's on her way, I will point out that on the last page of the ordinance does talk about if you adopt these new pay scales, how we will treat those who would then be below the minimum of the new pay scales. And of course, it says that any employee's annual salary or hourly rate falls below the minimum, the salary will be adjusted to the minimum of the new pay grade effective September 21st. Again, that's where I said that we've looked at that, and that's going to cost us just under $200,000 to do that. And then secondly, salaries that may be above the maximum for the new pay scales. We found minimal positions, really only 2 or 3 that we found, that will find themselves above the maximum. And it says here, we're proposing in the ordinance that anything above the maximum of the new gray scale will, as a result of new classification, the salary will not be reduced to the maximum. So, Ms. Shaw.
Can I ask a question before she starts?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
The 1.77, is that the figure you quoted?
$1,737,000.
Okay, and that includes the $200,000?
No, sir, that's not included. The $200,000 will be in addition to that.
So it's 1.9.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
All right, good evening,
And that's the
Commissioners.
other question. Any more questions?
One more question, I'm
Right.
sorry.
All right, that's okay.
I went through all of these salary levels, but we're also, you figure another $12,000 per employee for insurance and benefits, right?
The cost of
This is-
insurance
yeah.
does not change.
No, I'm just clarifying in my mind that this doesn't include any benefits. I'm looking at the salaries, it's just,
This does not include FICA, the estimate that we have does not include FICA
Or retirement.
or retirement. That's right.
Health would not be impacted because that's not based on salary.
Right.
Any other questions? Go right ahead.
Okay. Good evening, it's good to be with y'all again. As Manager Evans shared, as we started really putting real people into these new scales, we started finding things where there was some misalignment and the scales weren't really, they need a little tweaking. So that's why what's before you tonight is slightly different than what you saw back in June. The general class schedule, which includes the majority of the employees, where that changed was we really kind of lopped off the top. There was a little bit too much distance in between the grades at the top. And we also added a grade 00 for your part-time employees, namely the convenience center attendants, who had previously not been in the pay plan. And the goal now is that every employee, whether they're part-time or full-time, they'll have a classification in the pay plan. So we had to make that adjustment to address the convenience center attendants.
So what is that salary for convenience center attendants?
The
now?
starting is $10 an hour.
Which is the same as it is now.
As it is now. And then you'll see, following that salary schedule in your listing, are all the different classifications. And they are actually in alphabetical order. Your previous plan kind of listed them in grade order, and trying to find anything is next to impossible unless you know where the grades are. So you can go through and see all the relationships within all of those positions. And there are about 150 of those job classifications all total. Then following the listing of the general class positions, you'll see the health salary and classification schedule. And those are for your people who have more clinical roles. Lots have specific required medical training. And so we placed them in their own series, and you saw that before, because it's often hard to kind of make apples and oranges meet when you have these different kind of scales, particularly where you have a dentist that has very specialized skills that is going to be in a very large salary scale, that if you put him on the regular general scale, he might be in a higher grade than the manager. So that's why we've kind of pulled out those health scales as well. Going on to EMS, one of the biggest differences we made with EMS is they have what's called scheduled overtime, where they are not subject to the same exemption a sheriff's department is. So on weeks, there are 3 weeks they work 48 hours, and there's 1 week they work 24 hours, or 3 shifts. They work 2 shifts, they're 24-hour shifts, so they work 48 hours 3 weeks of the month, and 24 hours 1 week of the month. And so those hours make a difference in what their pay is. So the change that we made on the EMS schedule is that it shows whether the shift is, whether they work 2236 a year or 2080. They do have some positions that work a more regular schedule. And so for each of those grades, you'll see an A and a B, except for grade 5, which they only have 1 type there. And then you'll see the minimum rates are the same. And then the schedule in 5B shows what the expected annual salary would be for those employees, including the scheduled 312 hours of time and a half overtime a year. We felt this was really important to put in here because when you're recruiting against other counties, people need to see what their annual pay will be when it's all factored in the only way that they can have a schedule, which is 2236. So in working with EMS folks, we think this should really help in the competitiveness with Edgecombe and the job market. And then lastly, what we did is, sometimes you look back at things and go, God, why didn't we do that to start with? We actually separated the sheriff's pay scales into 2, one for detention and one for law enforcement. It makes it much easier to see the career progression in those areas. And so we passed this by the sheriff and he endorsed kind of setting this structure. The previous structure also had several of his levels collapsed into one. And so we did some differentiation between the levels 1, 2, and 3 that he uses within his organization. And now we've got clearly the detention officer ranges and the law enforcement. So those are the scales in a very high level, and I'm happy to help answer any questions.
I got a question for Mr. Evans, if you can answer it now. If not, you can just tell me later. Sure. One of the problems we've had in the past is paying ridiculous amounts of overtime. Have we got enough people where that's not occurring anymore?
Well, where we still see having to pay overtime, well, it's built in EMS. That's where you see some of the most of it. I think we have more full-time employees than we did when we initially started. Okay. So that has helped. Is that what you're asking about, EMS yes. in particular? Yeah. Yes, sir.
And I think as you make these scales easier to communicate what someone's salary actually will be, I think that will help you in the competitiveness of trying to get some of those vacancies filled that I know Director Brown wants to see filled.
When you're looking at law enforcement, the pay is, I guess, much higher than I thought it was. Okay.
Yeah. So these pay scales increased for the law enforcement, both the sheriff and law enforcement and detention. And then these hourly rates are also a little bit higher on the EMS than what you saw previously as we went in and refined them and looking at how their current hourly rates are based on 2080. So we factored in how they're currently being paid to how we'll be paying them going forward in the future.
Any questions?
I just have a statement.
Go ahead.
I appreciate these pay scales. This is a lot cleaner and better for everyone. And my no vote on this is not going to be because of the pay scales. It's going to be because of the dollar amount that's tied to those pay scales, the $1.93 million that's tied to it. But I do want you to know that I appreciate the pay scales. It is a lot better.
They do feel much better, don't they?
So my no is not because of the effort that happened there.
So get me straight one more time. Does the 1.93 include 7.65 in FICA for everything?
It doesn't. And quick math I did on that, so it'll be just short of 2.3 million total to include all of that.
Ms. Sharp, go ahead, you can.
I think the if you're using the 1.7 number that I gave you for the pay increases, that did include everything.
Oh, that did?
Yes.
But then you added 200 on.
Yeah, the only thing that I didn't factor in was the FICA and the retirement on the 200, but it is in the 1.7 number.
$15,000 added to that, so.
Right. Yeah, so no, the 1.7 and it was
1.7
fully
did
loaded.
include FICA.
Yes, sir. It
Oh,
included
200
FICA
did.
and retirement and 401K.
So, just, last time I'm aware, we're back to 193.
That's probably a good round number.
That's good.
Which, you know, early on, we were.
Do you want to hold that until you're sure? You're sure?
Oh, I'll
That's what I wanted to hear.
Do you want to hold that?
I'm sure.
Now, be sure, because he's coming back at you. Be sure. Now, you want to hold it? You all right?
Yeah.
Okay, then, all right. Then.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Then.
I had a comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you for section 7. Elected officials.
Yes.
The county's elected officials, county commissioners, registered deeds, and sheriff are not included in the pay and classification plan. The salary for elected officials is established annually as part of the annual budget option. So again, I tell you, I did not receive a 10% increase. Not here or my regular job.
And I think Ms. Harris' comments on, in regards to one of our petitioners, just clear that up, okay? If there's any news folks,
it's gonna be on the front
so we
page
can
of the
get
paper
some,
tomorrow.
we can get some clarification on terms of
Exactly.
at least one of the comments that one of our petitions made in terms, and I guess it goes back to my other comment, sometimes when people do come, they don't really have all of the information. Okay. Next, moving on.
So it's the recommendation to adopt the budget the ordinance as presented.
Did I get a motion? Chair moves. Get a second?
I'll second it. This for this compensation plan?
Right, mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll second.
Implementing effective September 21st.
Questions?
I still have that same question. Are we at 1.9 or we at 1.7? Which one we at?
The 1.9 includes the 200, just under $200,000 to bring up those who will fall below these new scales. Once you approve them, bring them up. So the 1.9 that is inclusive now, we know, is inclusive of those other FICA retirement, what have you.
Any other questions?
So do we feel like this, seriously, do we feel like this is the final issue of resolving compression in different departments, or different new people, or older people, whatever? Is this the final go-round?
I think with all the work that's been done, I think this is the best compensation plan we can have, up to what I mentioned earlier about still wanting to look at the model of using years of relevant service as a way. So what you're going to do, you're creating a new scale for each position. What we'll be asking you to look at next spring is, all right, how do we appropriately place an employee on that scale? And we're going to be recommending we use this relevant service model.
So to Mr. Ball's question, I'm gonna help him and say it's gonna help. Okay? Okay?
Yeah, what you did on the 28th of June.
It's very helpful, I believe.
Giving the increases to existing employees, that already pushes them up. And so new employees, there should be some good distance between them and new employees. It doesn't solve it in every single case, but it certainly improves it greatly.
Any other questions?
One more. Now, since we have a minimum, mid, and max,
Yes.
everybody don't have to start at minimum, correct?
We don't, that's right. I mean, currently, we look at, how much experience, what experience credentials they might have above what the minimum is required of a particular position. Now, I will say, right now, the majority of our staff, new employees come in and start at the bottom of the scale. But in some cases, they come in with some experience where they don't have to start. We've been using what you've seen in our previous scale, advanced minimum. That's the minimum, then one step above the advanced minimum, so we've used that. And in some cases, somebody has significant amount of experience. They might have started at mid-grade or above. because our pay scales are so outdated and so far from the market, it is a relatively rare occasion that we're able to recruit someone in a position that has had significant experience in that, doing that work.
Do we have an estimate of how many employees we've lost since this was put in?
Since you...
Since we approved the first part. I'm just trying to see if it's done any good to cut down the resignations.
You won't know for a year.
I don't know the total number. I will say, I know Ms. Battle shared with me that she had 2 staff that had just tendered their resignation and then rescinded the resignation because they found out, what we were doing with pay increases. And that's just a very limited example, but I don't know the numbers right off.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
We got vote 5-2. Let the record reflect 5-2. Next.
Next is regarding safety improvements in the administration building. I'm going to ask our team in the back to pull up. I've got some slides. I want to show you some pictures as I'm reading through the memo. In light of the unfortunate truth that we live in a time where safety for employees in public buildings is a growing concern, along with reoccurring incidents where our staff have faced where they had some concerns about their own safety, we've explored ways we can improve security in our buildings. Something that quickly came to our attention is that several of our offices are more vulnerable than others, which I believe we need to address immediately. Whereas in most of our buildings, we now have a combination of doors, counters, and glass shields that form a protective barrier for our staff. For example, in my office, within the last couple of years, we were able to use some COVID funds to put basically a stop there at the front of our office suite. And we have that in many other places. Some of our other buildings are just built that way. But right here in the county administration building, we have several offices where that is not the case. I'll show you some slides in just a moment for examples. A relatively easy and cost-effective way to improve security in these offices is to install entry locks with key fob access and doorbells. In 2 offices, windows are also needed to be installed in the main entry doors. The estimate for the cost of the project is $60,000. I recommend that you take 2 actions that would greatly help us improve security in this building. First, to approve the budget amendment to appropriate an additional $60,000 to maintenance. That was the budget amendment I referred to earlier, budget amendment number 1. Second, you will see the attached quote from Envirocon. Envirocon currently maintains our existing key fob system. Therefore, I recommend your approval of Envirocon as the sole source vendor for that service. So, let me show you. Just want to show you some examples here in the building. For example, the door here at the rear, as you know, you have the space here just behind us. We leave that door unlocked so you all can come in. We're proposing putting which that creates some security concern, particularly while you're in the meeting. We're proposing putting a key fob access on that door. This is the attorney's office. The picture on the left, that's the entry door into that office suite. The picture to the right, that's with that entry door open. You can see that you open that door and you have direct access to the 3 offices and conference room in there. In fact, the way that office suite is set up, someone is standing in front of their desk really before they oftentimes notice someone's coming into the office suite. This is Human Resources office here on the 2nd floor, opposite side of the 2nd floor. Again, open the door, you're right there, on top of 3 offices. Let's see. This is the back side of the Register of Deeds office. You can see the first picture is with that rear door to our back side of our office at your back facing the double doors that take you out to the rear elevators. This picture really doesn't do justice in that. That's kind of a dark, lonely corner back there. When you're facing it, that door right there, you'll see we're proposing putting a key fob access on that door as well. I think that might be my last one. Was that the last one, Jason and team back there?
You didn't have the front of the register deeds office?
So in front of the register deeds office, they have a counter there. So you walk into there's a counter, which is staff behind the counter. There's a door there, and that door has fob access. I think we will be putting a fob swipe on that door. This is Veteran Services here on the second floor. You open that front door, you got a straight shot back there to the director's office. In fact, I don't have a picture of the door closed, but the door has no light or no window in it, so they can't even see who's at the door, even if they had it locked. This is vocational rehab on the third floor. They're sort of in the connecting hallway between the side where Register of Deeds is on, the side where Tax Assessor's office is. You can see on both sides there are offices, and right now those just free access into those offices. So, and what we're proposing, you see in your agenda packet, is several other doors other than that. But I do recommend that you first approve the budget amendment that was presented, budget amendment number 1, to appropriate $60,000 to maintenance department. And then second, to approve the quote and contract with Envirocon as a sole source vendor. In other words, because they maintain the system currently, we're not soliciting bids from other providers. And that would be my recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Now, we need another motion.
Yes, sir. So the second motion will be approved sole source contract with Envirocon.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, both motions approved. Next.
All right. Item L is regarding a request for the name of Daniel Street Extension. I received a request from Mr. Joe Pitt requesting that Daniel Street Extension be named in honor of Mr. Clark Jenkins. A copy of his request is included. The request ultimately must be approved by the North Carolina Transportation Board, but they ask for the support of the local governing board. If you would like to support Mr. Pitt's request, I will then work with him to submit the application that must be first reviewed by NCDOT staff. If it meets their requirements, I will then present a resolution for you to consider, which will accompany his application before the Transportation Board. I'm not sure if Mr. Pitt is there. Oh, there he is. So he is here tonight if you have any questions.
Chair
What
moves.
we gonna name it? Clark Jenkins.
The chair moves.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Let's see. Next is regarding sole source purchase contracts. Our procurement policy requires that we solicit bids for goods and services. In some cases, that may not be possible for valid reasons, but our policy says that the board is to approve us contracting on sole source purchasing or contracting services. You'll see in your agenda packet, we have 5 different ones we're proposing. First is Systems East Incorporated. This is to upgrade our SCADA system. This is the system that is used to monitor our water and sewer system around the county. Systems East. Currently, the system we have now is currently with Systems East. That's why we're recommending sole source for that. So they'll be building on the existing system. Second is with Recycling and Disposal Solutions. This is for recycling services. This was previously with ECVC, as some of you may know, in Greenville. They have had some corporate restructuring, and now that company is owned by Recycling and Disposal Solutions. They're the only type of service like that in our general area, so we're recommending sole source contracting there. Envirocon, as I mentioned, They manage, maintain our current key fob system. You'll see, in addition to what you just gave approval on to improve security, we're also adding in Department of Social Services office in Rocky Mount, new key fob system there that will be on the same system that we currently have. And so, again, going with the same company, maintaining our current system, Envirocon. Next is with Keisler Police Supply. This is for the purchase of ammunition for the sheriff's office. This is for the type, specific type of ammunition that the sheriff needs and requires for his office. This is the company that provides it. You see that there's a memo in there from sheriff's office. And finally, Nottoway Rescue Squad to purchase an ambulance. This is an ambulance that they had originally purchased for themselves and was having upfitted. They've determined that they don't need it, and so they're willing to sell it to us, and in fact, considerably below market price. Again, we're not getting quotes from other places, therefore, we're requesting sole source approval there. So, my first recommendation is that you, for these 5 companies that I have mentioned, that you approve and authorize staff to contract based on sole source purchasing.
One motion will do it?
Yes, sir.
Second? We got
Second.
questions?
Was the ambulance already allocated in capital outlay for this year?
Yes, so this was money we received from Medicaid cost settlement last year. At maybe last meeting, we didn't spend it last year, so we moved that forward by budget amendment, so it's already in the budget.
It's already budgeted?
It's already budgeted, yes, sir.
Does this move us to 2 ambulances? Weren't we considering another ambulance?
Recently purchased, what have we bought recently?
We were considering, I know we were considering another ambulance, or you presented it to us anyway.
I did, and I believe this is that truck.
This
This is the truck that was in Falkland that we were looking to purchase. We just recently received a transit unit that was budgeted last year. So of course we've gotten that in. It was $113,000. So this is to purchase that last unit that we're expecting.
So that was number 1. This is number 2. That we were planning.
Okay. Okay.
So there's no more?
There's no more currently.
Got this one at a steal.
Yeah.
Well, each time there's no more, but it might be.
Yes, right.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Right? Fingers crossed. We got to keep purchasing.
Okay. Did I get a motion on it?
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any more questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next.
Also, under this agenda item, you will see that there is a budget amendment in your packet, and this is to appropriate $211,900 from the capital reserve in our utilities to the Water and Sewer Department to cover the cost of the new SCADA system. So this is not coming from our regular general fund, as we know. This is coming from the reserve in utilities, and we've been able to build up some reserve in utilities.
We need a motion.
Yes, sir. A motion to approve budget amendment, we'll call that 5B.
We've got a second? We've got a motion and a second. Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign, aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
All right, thank you.
Next.
The next item on the agenda is regarding a memorandum of agreement with North Carolina Department of Public Safety. They are appropriating $100,000 to Edgecombe County to assist with debris cleanup from the recent tornado. Though this is likely not, or it's not likely, it's not enough to cover the cost to remove all of the associated debris. We are thankful for this, especially considering we did not have enough homes substantially damaged to qualify for a disaster declaration. The total estimated cost of removing the debris, including tipping fees, is $367,375. If we waive the tipping fees, which these are our tipping fees, and absorb the cost of grinding the vegetative debris with our usual debris grinding, then the total estimated cost is $147,250. We will continue to work with the state to secure additional funds for debris cleanup. However, to proceed with removing the debris. I recommend that you approve the MOA with North Carolina Department of Public Safety, waive the tipping fees, and appropriate from fund balance an additional $500,000. 50,000.
It sounds better.
Lots of numbers tonight. $50,000 to be appropriated as an expenditure in EMS.
Mr. Chair, I ask that I be excused from voting for this.
Ms. Powell's in early, she might be excused as potential beneficiary. So the board would need to vote, Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion, please?
So moved.
A second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, Ms. Powell is excused. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Let the record reflect that Ms. vote was 6.
I will note, and thank you for that, I will note that we have 5-year contract with Crowder Gulf to do the debris cleanup. That contract is still active, which is why I did not have to bring a contract for that tonight. So we'll work with Crowder Gulf to move forward with this. Thank you for that.
Next.
Item N is regarding approval of Community College Capital Project. You'll see, and we've seen these types of things before, they are planning to expand the student lounge in the Barnes Building on the Rocky Mount campus. This will accommodate for the new Edge Academy, which is the early college on the Rocky Mount campus. They will request funds from the State Construction Infrastructure Fund to cover the construction costs. However, approval is needed from the Board of Commissioners since the expansion will result in the additional utilities costs, which they are estimating to be $2,265. So, we should expect next year their request from the county to include this additional amount. I recommend that you approve the request and authorize me to execute the accompanying document.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Question. All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, is approved.
Item P, State North Carolina Department of Transportation is considering adding Putter's Lane near Pine Tops to their state maintenance system. They have verified it meets the standards set forth by them. I recommend that you approve the enclosed petition to add Putter's Lane to the state maintenance system.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Questions?
Where is it?
Macropine.
Microphone.
Oh, that's, okay.
Any other questions? All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
Item Q is your annual contract with North Carolina Forestry Service. This has been, our 40% share is already included in the budget. That share is $119,920. I recommend that you approve the agreement and authorize me to execute the same.
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Question. All in favor, let it be known by the vote sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
For Planning Board report, I'd like to call on Ms. Katina Braswell, our Planning Director, to come forward.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Planning Board forwards the following rezoning requests to the Board of County Commissioners with favorable recommendations. Case number 23, RZ01, a rezoning request from Donna Matthews and Elizabeth Hill for property located at 12615 US 64 Alternate West Rocky Mount from AR 30 Rural Residential, R20 Single Family Residential to B2 General Business District. Recommended action is that the Board of Commissioners call for a public hearing at the October 2nd, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting.
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the public hearing is called.
Case number 2, 23 RZ02, rezoning request from CB Daughters for property located on Colonial Road, Tarboro, from AR 30 Rural Residential to R20 Mixed Residential District. Recommended action, Board of Commissioners call for a public hearing at the October 2nd, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting.
I make a motion.
Second.
Question. Question. Mixed residential district.
It basically means it doesn't have to be residential strictly. In this case, it will be, but it doesn't have to be. It can be business and residential.
But all of the lots are R20.
Yes, the size of the lots would be smaller. 20,000 square feet is the minimum.
Any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved.
Thank you.
Next. Item list and release for review and approval. Anything for the board?
No, sir, happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from the board? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. Next, Mr. Evans.
You have contracts for your consideration. There are 4 that require your approval and 3 that are for your information that are below the limit that I can approve. Recommend that you approve those contracts.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second? Chair seconds. Questions?
I have a question. With this, Owens Group, when it says this project was enabled by ARPA funds, so it's not coming out of general, it's coming out of...
Well, you'll recall what we did was federal law allowed us to use up to $10 million, so in our case, all of our money as revenue replacement. So we were able to move that out from under an ARPA heading into general fund. So that's why we use that specific term.
Any other questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign of aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, it is approved. All departmental reports, any questions from the board in terms of departmental reports?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
I shared it with the team, and I shared it last month as well, but it's gotten even better this month. And I see Paul's here, so I want to thank him for this. And I've got some numbers to share with everyone. The water loss this month was at 14%. In the last month was at 17%, and the month before that was at 24%. And then if you take all the months previous, the next 9 months previous to that, we were averaging 40.67% of water loss in this county. So in the last 3 months, he's taken it from 24, 17, and 14%. What that means, and why I'm bringing that up, is this an additional $63,166 in revenue to this county just by them doing their job extremely well. So they deserve a round of applause. So, thank you for that.
And that's what we found, a large water loss. Yeah, we had a water loss. Next, any other comments?
I would, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm going to ask Ms. Barfield to come forward, who's our finance officer. We had some questions that were raised at last meeting about debt that we have and the interest rates, and I thought we shared with the budget committee some clarifying information. So I thought it'd be important to share with the board and the public too.
And I specifically asked Mr. Evans to make sure that this was put in public record at this meeting to response to what was said at the prior meeting.
Good evening, Commissioners.
Good evening.
It's nice to be standing before you my first time in official capacity. So as Eric mentioned, we did want to come before you tonight and talk with you concerning the concerns we got last month regarding our interest rates. Each local government in North Carolina is subject to the provisions of the Local Government Budget Control Fiscal Act. We are required by this act to show appropriations by department. This is why on our ordinance, we listed all of our current year debt, principal, and interest payments under one unit. The FY24 principal and interest listed on the ordinance may not be enough information for someone looking at the ordinance to calculate what our current interest rates are, because it does not list the outstanding balances. As you can see from the charts in front of you, there are several debt instruments that make up what our FY24 principal and interest payments are. On the first schedule, which would be page number 2, you will see the listing of our tax-supported debt. That represents what our true borrowing really is. The interest shown is either our true interest cost for those publicly traded bonds or our coupon rate for those interests where we have secured funding from other lenders. Number 2 and number 5 are our publicly traded bonds. And as you can see from the average, our average interest rate on all of our tax-supported debt is about 3%. On the next page, which I believe is marked page 3, the first chart to your left represents our total debt for all of our total tax-supported debt, that is. And you can see how our payments are reduced over time, finally ending in 2042. The subsequent charts are the general obligation bonds, the installments, and the limited obligation bonds are all broken down by types of debt so that you can see of the current total $23 million in principal, the other charts represent what's made up in that $23 million. For the business type activities, which is indicated on page 5, these are for what would be our water and sewer and landfill if we have any. We don't have any landfill at this time. So these are representing our water and sewer debts. Number 3 is our publicly traded bonds. The other debt you see up here is made up of other lenders. And just as with the tax-supported debt, the utility-supported debt is also broken down by type of debt so that you can see that of that, how much is our revenue bonds, our general obligation bonds, our revolving loans, and our limited obligation bonds. I did want to point out that we work with our lenders and debt consultants who continuously monitor the market. They look for opportunities for us to be able to refinance our debt to get lower interest rates and lower principal payments. If you'll look at number 3 on what would be page 6, no, I'm sorry, page 5. Number 3, the limited obligation refunding bonds, series 2013. Those were bonds that we did just that. We went through a refunding of the debt, and we were able to pay off some old USDA loans that had high interest rate and longer time periods. So just wanted to reassure you that we are monitoring the conditions of the market, and we are constantly working with other experts in the industry to make sure that our debt payments and our interest are as low as they can be.
Questions or comments?
Yeah.
Did you want me to do the financial?
Thank you. Anything else on the department reports and reviews, Mr. Evans?
I will mention, you'll see there solid waste fee schedule for, we call it for public presentation. You've already approved the solid waste fee schedule. What this is, staff has prepared this to give some more detail and context. So when we post this or we share this with the public, they can have better information on, what's considered, what's covered under the solid waste permit fee or what's included in municipal solid waste. So this is no change in the fee schedule. Just want to show you how we have this new way that we're going to represent or share this with the public that we think will be more informational and helpful. Item E, update on sale of decommissioned computers. You'll remember a couple months ago that you approved surplusing a long list of computers. We put those out for sale, and these are computers that have been cleaned off. Basically, it's the hardware that's left. And we generated $4,106. So you usually don't hear that follow-up, so I thought it'd be helpful to share that with you. That doesn't necessarily go to the landfill. And then you have the election schedule there that Mr. Sproul has prepared to share with you and the public. That's it for...
Moving on to manager.
Yes, sir. And the manager's report. You'll see there, I won't review it, but you'll see there I have something new under manager's report and referred to as major events and meetings. This certainly is not exhaustive of all the meetings and things I've worked on in the last month. I thought it would be helpful for you to know some of the major things and that either I've done or events I have been a part of in the last 30 days. You have the workforce development indicators, TDA financial report. We talked before about the consolidation of East Point and Sand Hills MCO. We did receive notice that there is a plan to consolidate those two regions, of course, ours being East Point. That is, still has to be approved by the state. I've included in your agenda packet a copy of what the current regions look like and if they, so that you can see if they do in fact merge what the new and larger region that we will be a part of, what that looks like. As far as an update on county line merger, I will note that we had our first community meeting on August the 23rd at Fairview Elementary School. Also that Edgecombe schools and Nash County schools are working together to prepare the draft transition plan. The goal is for that plan to ultimately come before the four boards, both boards of commissioners, both school boards. As you'll remember, it has to be submitted to the state by November 15th. We expect to have a draft for you to first look at your October meeting. There needs to be further discussion. You can either call a special meeting or wait to approve it at your November meeting. So we want to make sure that all four boards have some time to review the plan, ask questions before we hope that we all can settle on a transition plan that the four boards can approve collectively.
So we're gonna have that before the actual meeting?
Yes, you'll get a draft of that in your agenda packet. We won't be asking you to approve it at your October meeting. You certainly can if you want to, but we at least want you to review it, have some chance to discuss it, so that then you can either wait till your November meeting, or if you feel like you want to call a special meeting to approve it. Update on getting off the list initiative. We've had two public engagement sessions, one here in Tarboro and one in Rocky Mountain at the Event Center. That was well attended. We got some very good feedback from the attendees. We will have a third one, which will be a virtual session for those who would prefer that. That will be it's coming Monday, the 11th at 6 p.m. Also, we're moving to the next phase of that, where we're asking folks who are interested and committed and trying to make some improvements, help change the future of the county, to pick one of the four focus areas that we have selected, which are youth and families, education, workforce development, affordable housing, and health equity, to select which one of those four that they'd be willing to invest time specifically in those four, one of those four focus areas. And I think in the printout I shared with you in your agenda was 47 responses we've received. Since then, we've gotten a few more. I think it's 56 that we've gotten folks that have selected one of the four areas. So I'm very pleased with folks that are willing to jump in there and work with us over the long term, because it's not a short-term fix. Over the long term, help improve the future of the county. Next is the county response to the state auditor's report. I put that on the agenda under manager's report because, you know, at your August meeting and then tonight it was brought up again. We've seen newspaper articles written about it. People are talking about it, and I totally understand that. But what I feel like is that information is based on just headlines, bullet points, and really the key points from the auditor's perspective of the report. And of course, as a part of that report is this board's response to that. And we've talked briefly about that, but we've never really communicated what our response fully is to the things that she identified, most of which were way some time back, most of which have either been resolved already or well in the process of being resolved. So I know it's been a long meeting already, but if the board will allow me, I would like to read for the benefit of the public the county's response to the state auditor's report, if that's okay.
No objections? Move on.
So I won't read the cover letter, but I will dive right into our response to the findings. Finding number one is regarding federal withholdings submitted late, resulting in penalties and fees. The report finds that the county submitted its federal withholdings to the Internal Revenue Service after federal due date, resulting in penalties and fees. We acknowledge that we were assessed and paid penalties related to the late submission of IRS payroll withholdings during the period of January 2018 through December of 2020. It is important to note how some of those penalties were triggered and that a portion of those penalties, a portion was reversed. As part of its regular practice, Edgecombe County completes monthly payroll cycles and, within that process, submits payroll withholdings to the IRS on a monthly basis. In addition to these regular payroll cycles, Edgecombe County, from time to time, also completed miscellaneous payrolls outside of our regular monthly payroll cycles. These miscellaneous payrolls were completed outside of a regular payroll cycle because of changes or corrections needed to be made for some employees that were discovered after the regular payroll was completed. In our review of the assessed penalties, we discovered that some withholdings were not credited as timely by the IRS due to missing pages in the forms that were filed by fax with the IRS. The IRS requires that our payroll withholding forms be submitted by fax, which can create errors resulting from missing pages that cause our timely filings to be identified as late. These errors were made in the timely filing of otherwise correct information on the proper form. For example, as you are aware, one of the penalties identified in the auditor's initial report in the amount of $26,180.85 has already been reversed by the IRS. After we contacted the IRS to review what we believe was a timely filing, the IRS realized that a page of a form was missing, likely omitted in the transmission of the document by fax. We provided that missing page and the penalty was reversed. As the report noted, some of the IRS penalties were assessed due to late filings. The filings that were submitted late were filed by an employee who no longer is employed by the county. Current staff involved in the payroll withholding process have been trained in the proper manner and time in which to submit filings to the IRS, and the process is being more closely monitored by the Chief Financial Officer and County Manager. The IRS has not assessed any penalties against Edgecombe County since the fourth quarter of 2020, and the county is currently in compliance with all IRS requirements. In addition, to avoid the mistakes caused by the miscellaneous payroll filings in the past, the county's practice now requires that any errors identified after a payroll cycle is complete be corrected by an additional payment through accounts payable rather than in miscellaneous payroll, and then reconciled by a journal entry to payroll during the next regular payroll. Our team members are working closely with our assigned representative in the IRS, or from the IRS. We're currently reviewing our past filings with our representative because we believe that many of those penalties may be overturned and the amounts already paid will be credited back to the county as it was with the previous $26,180 in penalties. Finding number two, county manager overrode policies and procedures. The report finds that from July of 2018 to June of 21, the county manager overrode the county's purchasing policy 3 times for a total amount of $5,669 by purchasing food from one catering vendor without soliciting quotes, or on one occasion without including a purchase order. We disagree that the county manager overrode the county's purchasing policy and believe it is necessary to provide more context about our practice regarding purchases for less than $5,000. Among the hundreds of purchase orders and thousands of purchases made annually, these 3 times within those years consisted of 2 service award lunch purchases for $2,675 each, where county staff did not solicit quotes for the catering service it purchased, and 1 Christmas luncheon where a purchase order was not entered for the $319 used to purchase food for that luncheon. The county has had a long-standing practice of rotating among the few available low-cost local catering vendors to provide food at certain county events because of the limited availability of local businesses that can provide this service at a reasonable and low cost. Though not identified in the report, the county has routinely used other businesses that have provided the same catering services to ensure fair play and reasonable prices. Although the county has rotated among local vendors for its events, it has only ever used catering vendors where the prices are low and well within a reasonable range. While not in line with the technical requirements of the policy, the county's practice of rotating among local vendors with the reasonable prices honored the intent of the policy and did not result in favoritism among vendors. The report notes that the particular catering vendor in question has a family relationship with the county's former accounts payable clerk. However, it is important to note that the county manager and not the employee approved the use of that vendor. The county manager has no family connection or business interest with the vendor. To be consistent with the county's purchasing policy, staff have been reminded of the importance of competitive pricing and have been instructed to solicit at least 3 verbal quotes for purchases of catering services expected to be between $1,000 and $4,099 in accordance with the county's purchasing policy. Finding number 3, bank reconciliations not completed. The report finds the county did not complete its monthly bank reconciliations for its dispersing and trust accounts. The county acknowledges that regular bank reconciliations were not completed timely for a period ending in 2021 due to turnover and extended vacancies in essential positions within the finance department. In particular, the county worked for more than 1 year to fill the assistant finance director position, which is the position that primarily oversaw the reconciliation of bank accounts at that time. While the county sought to fill the position, other staff within the finance department worked overtime to complete delayed bank reconciliations. The county filled the assistant finance director position in December of '21. The finance department staff have been instructed on the importance of and is committed to the timely reconciliation of all bank accounts. It should be also noted that the former finance director identified in the auditor's report as having failed to implement the procedures to ensure that the reconciliations were completed is no longer employed by the county. In addition, to ensure that this is not a recurring issue, the Board of Commissioners has made significant investments to increase the capacity of our finance department. To that end, within the last year, we added an account specialist position in the finance department whose primary role is to complete bank reconciliations monthly. We've also obtained additional support and expertise to improve our processes and internal controls, including the timely completion of bank reconciliations. Specifically, we contracted with an experienced accounting professional with over 30 years of experience in local government finance. Her subject matter expertise has helped to identify areas of need within the finance department. The scope of her contract includes audit planning and management, budget monitoring and forecasting, and grant accounting and reconciliation, and you heard from her tonight. Furthermore, we engaged a second financial consultant who also has over 30 years of professional experience, accounting experience. This consultant initially focused on working with staff to improve our financial processes and account reconciliation. When our former finance director retired on August 1st of '22, the county manager appointed this consultant as our interim finance director. She continued to train staff to efficiently and timely complete bank reconciliations. Her experience, along with her commitment to work with us for an extended time, has allowed us the opportunity to continue the significant improvements we've made to our financial practices and to supervise the timely completion of bank reconciliations. The board is committed to maintaining the capacity of our finance department and the progress we have made in addressing these issues. As a result, last fall, the board elevated the finance director position to chief financial officer. This position now has more oversight and authority across the organization and is responsible for ensuring county staff throughout all departments comply with financial policies and procedures. CFO's responsibilities include ensuring bank reconciliations are completed timely and financial statement audit findings are addressed and resolved. The new authority of the CFO role better positions it to affect compliance with financial regulations and policies within all county departments and to address the issue more proactively. In understanding the importance of this role as well as the challenge all counties have in filling the position, the board established a salary for the CFO at a more competitive grade than the finance director position. After an in-depth search of highly qualified candidates, county manager hired our first CFO in May of '23. You heard from her tonight as well. The board is committed to improving its financial practices and believes it is well positioned with the hiring of the new CFO to ensure that bank reconciliations are completed, audit findings are resolved, and the county complies with all financial regulations and policies. The report notes that as of May 22, the bank reconciliation for the county's dispersing account and one trust account had not been completed since June 21. The county has been aware of this issue for some time, and the finance department staff have been working tirelessly to complete the delayed reconciliations. As of the submission of this response, all county bank accounts have been reconciled through May, the most recently received bank statements, except for some minor reconciling items identified by staff that will be resolved. And I'm happy to report tonight that those issues have been resolved and our bank reconciliations are current. And I want to say thank you to Ms. Barfield and for her team for that hard work. We acknowledge how critical it is to have our accounts reconciled timely, and the vulnerable position may put the county in when they are not. Therefore, we are committed to remaining current with bank reconciliations on all Edgecombe County accounts. However, it is necessary to note that the county's financial position has been very good and consistently improving during this time. Our audits show that our net position has increased in each of the last 3 years. In fact, Edgecombe County's unassigned fund balance has grown from 8.9% in FY19 to 26.22% in FY22, which is the highest percentage of unassigned fund balance in the last 20 years. Finding number 4, county paid insurance costs for former employees. The report finds that from January 2020 through December of 21, Edgecombe County continued to pay insurance costs related to dental and vision coverage, stop-loss insurance, and other administrative fees for employees after their separation, and as a result, $100,088 in insurance costs was not available for valid county purposes. We have addressed the issue that led to the employees not being removed from our insurance coverage at the time of separation. In addition, county staff contacted a representative from our insurance provider who advised staff that the provider would reimburse any insurance costs and fees paid for employees who had separated from the county prior to payment. We acknowledge that some employees remained on our insurance rolls after separation from the county. Edgecombe County has more than 500 employees at any given time, and mistakes were made in limited instances with processing of personnel action forms, which is the internal form that authorizes and records personnel-related changes for an employee, to remove existing employees from insurance rolls. To increase the capacity of our Human Resource Department, we added an HR assistant position in that office. A team member now more closely reviews personnel action forms and systematically removes an employee from coverage when he or she separates from county employment. Staff has also been further trained and is more closely reviewing and reconciling monthly records to ensure that employees who have separated from employment have been removed from county employee lists. Finding number 5, county overpaid employees $21,983. The report finds that Edgecombe County violated its personnel policy by overpaying 12 employees a total of $21,983 from January of 20 to December of 21 by including some amount of unearned pay in their final paycheck from the county. We acknowledge that the 12 employees were overpaid during this time due to either keying errors or errors on timesheets and accrual forms submitted to the payroll administrator. Staff has been instructed to more closely review timesheets, payroll accrual forms, and monthly payroll processes to ensure that these errors are not repeated. Payroll administrator reports directly to the new CFO, and the CFO has established procedures to review the payroll for accuracy before it is processed. In addition, CFO, payroll administrator, and human resources staff are now regularly coordinating to review payroll to limit possible errors that will result in overpayment. Finding number 6, and this is the last finding. This is regarding budget amendments recorded without approval. The report finds that Edgecombe County recorded 26 budget amendments totaling $9.6 million in its financial system during fiscal year 21 without approval by the Board of Commissioners. This is simply not true. The conclusion that Edgecombe County recorded these 26 budget amendments in its financial system without approval by the Board of Commissioners is an inaccurate and incomplete characterization how the budget amendments were approved in fiscal year '21. We acknowledge the budget amendment approval process was not documented in accordance with the county policy in limited instances. However, it is necessary for us to provide further information to clarify the finding. To be clear, the Board of Commissioners did not approve, or did approve, 24 of the 26 budget amendments noted in the report, and the Board was aware of the 2 grant-funded projects related to the remaining 2 budget amendments. Both of these grant-funded projects were budgeted in a prior fiscal year, were rolled over to the following budget year by budget amendment, and were ultimately fully reimbursed by the county as expected. The Board of Commissioners approves a fiscal year budget annually in June, and any changes to the budget during the fiscal year are enacted through budget amendments, some of which require Board of Commissioners approval. The Board of Commissioners regularly considers hundreds of budget amendments throughout the year. The county's procedure requires that once budget amendments are approved by the Board of Commissioners, the budget amendments are entered into the county's financial system to amend the budget accordingly. So first, regarding the 2 budget amendments for grant-funded projects that total $4,141,030.02. Of the 26 budget amendments identified in this report, 2 of them, one for $2,563,128.79, and one for $1,577,901.23, were related to grant-funded infrastructure projects. We acknowledge that the budget amendments to roll these 2 projects forward to the next fiscal year were not approved by the Board of Commissioners. However, these 2 budget amendments were related to existing grant-funded projects, and the Board of Commissioners had previously approved grant agreements, project ordinances, and budget amendments to fund in prior fiscal years. These 2 budget amendments were needed to simply roll forward from the previous fiscal year the balances remaining on these grant projects, which had been previously approved and adopted by the Board of Commissioners. Although it was an error to not submit these budget amendment forms to the Board of Commissioners to roll these grant projects forward to the next fiscal year, the Board was at all times aware of the ongoing grant-funded projects that related expenditures would be reimbursed by the grants. Secondly, regarding 14 budget amendments included in agenda packets but not listed in the minute books, totaling $4,097,574. Of the 26 budget amendments identified in the report, 14 budget amendments totaling $4,097,574 were identified as missing from the official minute book, but were noted by the state auditor's representative as being included in the Commissioner's monthly meeting agenda packets. Each month at its regular meeting, the Board of Commissioners considers any amendment to the budget by reviewing budget amendments submitted by county staff in the Commissioner's agenda packets. We agree with the State Auditor's Office that these 14 budget amendments were included in the Commissioner's agenda packets during the regular monthly meeting. It is the Board's practice to consider and vote on all budget amendments included in their monthly agenda packet. The minutes of each board meeting reflect whether proposed budget amendments were considered or approved. In addition, it is the county staff's practice to include copies of approved budget amendments in the minute book along with the approved minutes of the board. In these limited instances, the Board of Commissioners approved these 14 budget amendments, and the minutes of the respective meetings document their approval, but the copies were not included in the minute book. Therefore, the Board of Commissioners was aware of and approved all 14 of these amendments to the fiscal year FY21 budget. Next, regarding the 10 supplemental budget amendments. From time to time, county staff have the need to submit budget amendments for the Board of Commissioners to consider after the agenda packets have been distributed on Friday afternoon before each Monday night meeting. The remaining 10 budget amendments noted in the report totaling $1,335,843 appear to be budget amendments that were not initially included in the Board of Commissioners agenda packet that were distributed on a Friday afternoon, but instead were prepared by county staff on a Monday before a monthly meeting and added to the agenda at the meeting. Each of these supplemental budget amendments was properly considered by the Board of Commissioners at a regular meeting. However, because these budget amendments were supplemented to the agenda after the agenda packet's distribution, these 10 budget amendments were not included in the original agenda packet, and copies of the amendments were mistakenly not included in the minute book. The Board of Commissioners is confident that it properly considered and approved those 10 budget amendments at a meeting. Lastly, regarding revisions to documenting the budget amendment review process. Although 24 of the 26 budget amendments noted in the report were approved by the Board of Commissioners, and the Board of Commissioners was aware of the 2 grant-funded projects budgeted in the prior fiscal year related to the 2 remaining budget amendments, the county acknowledges that a limited number of budget amendments for fiscal year 21 were entered in the county's financial system without clear documentation of approval by the Board of Commissioners. To better document that all budget amendments entered in the financial system have been approved by the Board of Commissioners, we have adjusted our procedures to now require that each budget amendment form be signed by the clerk to the board after the meeting to note whatever it is, whether it was approved by the board. Then, after a meeting, copies of each approved budget amendment are given to the CFO, who has instructed her staff to only record budget amendments in the financial system that are signed by the clerk to indicate approval by the Board of Commissioners. In summary, again, to be clear, the Board of Commissioners is confident that it did approve 24 of the 26 budget amendments identified in the report and was aware of the spending related to the other 2 amendments. Therefore, the board emphatically denies the report's conclusion in this finding that $9.6 million was entered in the county's financial system without approval by the Board of Commissioners. We're disappointed that the state auditor was not satisfied with our thorough explanation of how these budget amendments were approved, but not always well documented. Although the amount identified in the finding is significant, the board notes that this finding is not included in the list of the report's key findings, which seems to suggest the state auditor understands the board's reasonable explanation regarding these budget amendments and that the Board of Commissioners was in control of spending related to these amendments. So thank you for the opportunity for me to read that for public record.
And I think that's the reason you wanted to read it.
Yes, sir.
Is because I don't think we had gotten the benefit of the commissioner's response to the auditor.
That's right.
Sometimes the public positions, the public statements don't carry the full report, and it certainly didn't carry. I don't think it gave us the benefit of some of our responses.
I agree.
Any comments from the board? Hearing none, next.
Finally, under manager's report, the board had asked that we, staff, go back and have some conversation about or look further into possible leasing of vehicles, primarily for the sheriff's office, and to meet his needs. You have in your agenda packet the proposal that was prepared and presented to our staff, and then presented to the budget committee regarding a proposal for leasing vehicles. I will note that their proposal is not to just lease vehicles to the sheriff's office. They've indicated that their approach, their business model is not to just carry pursuit vehicles, like sheriff's office vehicles, but we also want to see some other county vehicles in the mix if we were to move forward with leasing vehicles. I won't go through a lot of very good information in the proposal, overall information, excuse me, about our fleet. I will direct your attention to slide number 4. You'll see it down at the bottom right, written in slide number 4. So what this sheet does here, it gives a summary of their initial recommendation would be to move towards the entire county's fleet going to a lease program. So they are, you'll see the orange line where it starts off with the average, and it shows the number of vehicles that we own. It shows a baseline purchase amount, $490,000 and some change there. That's referring to what we spent this past year on that money that we borrowed to purchase vehicles in the sheriff's office. And they're looking at maintenance and fuel costs to get a total fleet budget. So they're using that as a baseline and then comparing a recommendation on if we were to lease vehicles or move the entire county fleet towards a lease program, what those costs will be. I'll direct your attention to the column that says lease, and you'll see First column again is showing 0 because we currently lease no vehicles. And it's showing their recommendation would be to initially lease 73 vehicles, and you'll see that the cost there is $836,318. Of course, these won't be precise numbers because you have to look at the exact vehicles that you will purchase and those kinds of things. So, generally speaking, if we were to move towards moving all of our fleet into a lease program, this is where we would start, and this would be an annual cost. And you see that amount changes over time depending on the total number of vehicles leased, those that will age out in the lease programs, that will come into the lease program. So you see it ranges from a cost of just over $800,000 to over $1.3 million. I would ask if you would to turn on over a few more pages and it will be page 12. So what we asked representative from Enterprise to do, okay, so this is on one end of the spectrum, us moving our entire fleet towards a leasing program. Then the question was, okay, what if we didn't want to move all of that in one step? What would it look like? What would be the minimum we would need to go with leasing to get into a lease program with Enterprise? As I mentioned before, their business model now is that they won't do just pursuit vehicles. They won't do just sheriff's vehicles. So it will have to be a mix of sheriff's vehicles with vehicles in other county departments. In talking with sheriff's staff, we've asked the question, how many vehicles do you need to really get ahead of the 8 ball, the way I refer it? And I will say that I think we are behind the 8 ball because we waited so many years before we really start regularly purchasing vehicles. And though we have purchased a number of vehicles over the last 6-7 years, we still have not caught up to the point where he still has a number of high mileage vehicles out on the road now. So the question was, okay, how many would you need to really get rid of some of those high mileage vehicles, have enough vehicles where you have some backups, and then bring that average mileage down significantly? And the answer was 20 vehicles. So Enterprise said to do 20 pursuit vehicles, they would need to do at least 28 other county vehicles. So you'll see there on page 12, this is a calculation.
8 additional county vehicles, not 28 additional county
8
vehicles.
county vehicles for a total of 28, yes, thank you. So a total of 28 vehicles. And so so what you'll see here from this page 12, this is a calculated cost of 20 pursuit vehicles of different types, as well as 8 other county cars for a total of 28 vehicles. And this is what the estimated cost would be. Now, this also includes an estimate for upfit for the sheriff's vehicles, which is a significant cost, not just for our sheriff, but for any pursuit vehicle. You got to put, the bars on the front, lights on the top, and radio and things like that. So that's a pretty significant cost. So this estimate is at a little over $436,000, and that could change depending on the exact vehicle mix that he would want to go with. Sedans versus SUVs or trucks would change that, but at least this presentation gives you some idea of what annual costs would be if we were to move the entire fleet versus if we were to start off doing just 28 vehicles. So discuss this, and in fact, representative from Enterprise was there to answer questions of the budget committee at their last meeting. And I will say, and I've stated this before, and I will say it again, I think absolutely we need to do something for sheriff's vehicles. I think we've crossed that conclusion now. I think we really need to do something to help get in front of the 8 ball, as I said a minute ago. I think in my assumption or my estimation, based on the information I have, I think the verdict is out at this point as to whether or not that should be outright purchases or leases. Leasing vehicles brings some advantages. You get the advantage of having the lease company help you to find vehicles, and that's one of the challenges right now. It's just hard to find the vehicles. So you're bringing in the full bandwidth of this enterprise company, or whatever company we might would go with, of their purchasing leverage that they have, and that's certainly an advantage. You will have assistance from the leasing company with when it comes time to sell those vehicles and to get the highest price. So that certainly is a benefit that we would have. But I will say, in leasing, we would lose one of the main benefits of purchasing vehicles, and that is with a lease, you're rotating that lease out either 4 or 5 years, depending on the vehicle. So you want to get rid of the lease before the value of the car goes down too much, and then roll that over into a new lease. So the primary benefit that we would lose from purchasing cars is that we keep those cars for a long time, as long as we possibly can. In fact, in the report, you saw near one of the first pages, it noted that our average time of keeping a car is 12 years. So, even sometimes when we've had vehicles that are no longer reliable enough to get that heavy usage as a pursuit vehicle, we've transitioned those over to departments that might only drive it once or twice a week. We still have Crown Victorias in the parking lot that are driven from time to time. So we would lose the benefit of being able to use a purchase and own vehicle for a number of years. And then, of course, once you pay for that vehicle, whatever that amount is up front, and of course, that's not an ongoing cost as a lease would be. So there are some pros for both approaches. My recommendation to the board is, I think we have some opportunity for some other resources that we might be able to tap into to help us purchase vehicles for the sheriff's office. I think we need to give ourselves a little bit more time to see how these opportunities may pan out for us. My recommendation to the Budget Committee, my recommendation to the board tonight is for us to hold off on this for another couple of months. That will give us the time for these other possible resources to come through, or not. I would suggest that we not wait longer than that. If money from the state, money from some other transactions that we have just don't come through, I think we need to come back to the table and decide in a couple months, one way or another, either lease or purchase, we need to go ahead and do something. I know the sheriff has waited a long time already, and that's why I would suggest we not wait longer than 2 more months on this. So I know that was a very rushed somewhat review of the proposal that you have in front of you, but those are my points, and that would be my recommendation.
Any comments or questions from the board?
I am not speaking as chairman of the Budget Committee, I'm speaking as myself. I've done a lot of investigating into this, and I feel like this is the way we need to move. Maybe not right now, because I agree with Mr. Evans, there may be some things waiting in the wings. But I believe we should meet with this young lady. She is extremely competent and extremely knowledgeable, and she knows her business. And I've looked this thing up and down. I was actually trying to get up with her, but I took off to Michigan and didn't ever make it. So I'm going to try to get up with her and talk with her again. I really think we should focus on maybe moving in this direction eventually, but not right tonight, today. I mean, I think most of my energy and all has been waiting to find out about the compensation plan before we even entertain another thing. And all of us, in my opinion, as board members, all of us need to meet with this young lady if we even are thinking about this, because you simply can't sit here and answer questions without her here to answer them. And you can't point out what needs to be pointed out. There's a lot of benefits by going to this. But first and foremost is we need to get into a rotation where we're constantly being able to provide vehicles. I don't think Mr. Evans disagrees with me, but we don't need to rush into it. But I do think it's something we should consider seriously. And that's just coming from me.
Coming from the Budget Committee chairman.
Mr. Webb was there, yeah, but not as the chairman. And Ms. Powell was there. But there's so much information to absorb, you can't do it in an hour meeting. You just can't do it. There's a lot of benefits to this thing.
Any other comment?
I'd like to hear from Mr.
One down there, since his name is on this.
So I have a letter that I wrote to commissioners, and I will share it with anyone in the audience that wants to read it as well, about my compromise on this. A couple of things from this presentation, I was not privy to that because it was in the Budget Committee, but I have since spoken to the representative from Enterprise to get caught up on the presentation. On slide 4, there was a key number that was missed in the presentation to our board here, and that's the 10-year savings by going to a lease program, which is $981,209 savings over a 10-year period. That needs to be highlighted. It's $1 million in savings by going to a lease program. In the middle slides, it tracks all of our operating expenses and manages our fleet for us. As we've come to learn over these last 4 months of me asking questions, we don't have any fleet maintenance system for any of our departments. So this is a robust solution to manage all of that. Any car that's in this program and can go to cars that we have owned, which we would still own cars, or have access to their fleet management program where we could track every expense that happens with that vehicle. So if you have a vehicle that's had 4 transmissions on it, maybe it's time to get rid of that vehicle instead of just keep putting transmissions in the car. We have no way of tracking that now. We'd have to go to a software provider like this that would allow us to do that. Another key metric there. In my letter and in conversations with the sheriff, and I hate that he couldn't be here, he had an obligation. We are looking at 2 things happening concurrently. The sheriff has turned in the federal inmates. That's too well known around the county. But it's due to staffing concerns at the jail. He has 20 vacant positions right now at the jail. We did take one step tonight. We took their salaries, their starting salaries, from $36,000 a year to $39,000 a year. To be competitive with counties around us, he said that we probably need to be about $40,000 a year starting salary. So right now, my proposal and my compromise with the sheriff was saying, we don't have more money to give you. But what if we can take your historically vacant positions and reduce them and reallocate that money for you? You've got 20 historic vacant positions. If you take it to 10 vacant positions and you give everyone in the place a $1,000 salary increase, it takes the vacant positions funded from $780,000 to $400,000. The excess funds of $380,000 could lease the sheriff 25 brand-new cars. It's already in his budget. He already amends his budget at the end of the year to reallocate those funds to buy cars. We did it $490,000 in budget amendments last year for him to buy cars. What this does is it sets in stone, we have 25 brand-new cars for you every 3 years that's already budgeted for you. It makes so much sense that I don't understand. That gives them 5 Tahoes, 10 Durangos, and 5 Chargers. The problem with the Charger is this is the last year they're making a Charger. So the resale values are they're going to tank. But they are the cheapest ones to lease. So my compromise and discussion with him was, what if we just got 5? And then we did 10 Durangos, because Durangos are more expensive. So he's willing to compromise with us and work with us. The money's budgeted. I mean, it's there. Tonight, we just budgeted $780,000 in 20 vacant positions. So it's there. We're not asking for any additional money. We're just asking to shift things around a little bit so that we can give him 25 brand new cars right now. He can sell 25 of his cars to put in the equity payment, which at this point is probably going to be $25,000, if that, because the cars are trash. I mean, he had 8 cars break down last week. 8. In a fleet that he's operating about 50 or 60 cars, and he's got 40 cars sitting on his lot that he doesn't use, but he has to keep because he has 8 that break down in a week.
Any other comments from?
Did she not say that she was looking toward going to the entire, not just the sheriff's cars, and in order for them to
do this contract, the way I understood it, they want all of our vehicles.
Right.
So how are we gonna do that?
Well,
What
she
we'll
just
do
came
is
back and
vote.
said that we'd only have to give them 8 cars. So then that's the cost, additional cost to the county by doing this. An additional cost to the county would be, back of the napkin, $87,000 a year, which is, we appropriate $125,000 a year to the sheriff right now on vehicle purchase. So just take away the vehicle purchase appropriation to the sheriff. Reallocate it to the leasing program for the other 8 cars.
Does that satisfy what she's having?
Yeah, essentially, they won't do just sheriff's cars anymore because it just doesn't meet, it just doesn't fit the leasing model, right? Because it's, you know, they're heavily used vehicle, high mileage. The resale is, there's nothing much left. There's not a lot to sell at the end of the lease period. So to balance that out, they want some other county vehicles. And as was said, she said, if we're going to do 20 vehicles in the sheriff's office, then it needs to be at least 8 non-sheriff's vehicles, so a total of 28 vehicles.
And sorry, I say all of that to say 2 more months doesn't do us anything. Right now, we have in our budget to be able to do this. It is there. In 2 more months, we can look at maybe doing the whole county. But right now, we can give him a solution with 25 cars. These cars are all ready to go. These prices that are on this last sheet of this presentation, I have confirmation from Enterprise today that they are on dealers' lots, ready to go at those prices.
Well, I think we have to take into consideration, Ms. Evans, has the sheriff talked to you about the federal inmate?
Yes, we spoke briefly about that. And I think that that's something that we really need to look hard at what the impact of that is going to be. He said to me earlier that he believes that this will be a temporary thing, that eventually that these federal inmates will come back. You'll know that we have budgeted this year $1.3 million in anticipated revenue for federal inmates. End of FY23 is 1.5 million in revenue that was generated. So, you know, if and when those federal inmates come back, we need, that's creating a gap here in our anticipated budget. So we have to factor that in somehow.
We budgeted $1.3 million.
Yes.
In this budget that we're not going to receive.
I understand that, and I've started investigating that rebuttal already. I had pulled the actuals from July of '23 budget and August of '23 budget, and then July of '24 actuals of July and August. And we decreased our expenses by $10,000. So we lost $200,000 of revenue, potentially, what we budgeted, but we only decreased our expenses by $10,000. Our revenues decreased by $50,000 in that time. So it's really only a budget hit of, what, $25,000 a month? It's not really $100,000, because there's that factor in per head doesn't factor in the prisoner's medical, it doesn't factor in their food, it doesn't factor in anything. We have to reimburse them all.
If I could ask, what months were that year?
That was July and August of '24 and July of August of '23.
Well, I can appreciate your investigation, but I still think that this needs to go, wait that time frame until such time as we can realize actually what that $1.3 million is going to do to our budget. And we do need to wait that time. I'm not opposed, and I agree that something needs to be done for the sheriff office. I'm willing to do that. But I think based on the information that you've submitted, it needs to go back to staff, and staff needs to have another meeting with budget committee, and that needs to come through budget committee. So I would think we need to refer this back to budget along with the information that Mr. Thorne has given to us, and see what our budget committee, if they're coming back to us with something based on that information. And
That's the first I've heard of it tonight, that he was losing the federal inmates.
Well, and officially, this board has not heard from him. The board does not officially, until he stated it, is the first we officially know. I've heard the rumors of it, but the sheriff has just talked to Mr. Evans, so this board was not aware of was not aware that federal inmates was not there. And so and I think, he said if the federal inmates were not there, this board was going to have to look at what we were going to do with those vacancies anyway. Okay, in terms of, and maybe some other vacancies throughout, because somewhere we had to look at what we're going to do with that 1.3 million, that revenue that was in the budget that we already budgeted, and where we're going to get that from. Okay, if it can be done as you has proposed, I would have no objections, but I think we need the time for staff to look at that, and for us as a board, if at that time staff we need to hear from the representatives of enterprise. But I think we're going to have a $1.3 million, and even if the presentation, if in fact the sheriff was going to bring them back, we would have to also give him those positions back.
Not true. He's had 15 vacant positions in that jail for the last 20 years.
Well, I'm not going to argue with you on that, okay, in terms of we would have to give them back. From the information that I have, I'm going to say we would have to give additional detention officers back. And I think we need, while I'm not opposed to, but I think we need to look at, this has been your investigation, and we appreciate that. And I'm not going to say your facts are not true, okay? But I think we need to wait and do as, and where is my position and recommendation is going along is, Mr. Evans says, in a couple of months, I think we should have, in my conversation with him, there have been we do have some possibilities of other money. I think while there is a need, but also in terms of that 1.3 million revenue bump that we've had there, we need to look at that.
I have spoken with Shelley Willingham, the auditor, that is not in the budget as it is currently presenting. So I do know that, and he's a confer on the budget. So I do know for a fact that there's no more funds that are allocated to come to Edgecombe County for.
Well, there could be some other things that we are talking about that not necessarily general assembly funds.
Yeah, I mean, it's just disappointing that now we're saying 2 more months. I started this discussion, we were supposed to have all of this information in May. And we got it in September. And now we're saying, well, we need another 2 months to do it.
Well, 1.3 million or no 1.3 million, again, I think we as a board should sit down with this lady to talk about this, to know everything involved, what they can and can't do, what they will and won't do, to see if it's even in the picture.
It's just been talked about this now, going to go back to the budget committee, and then it'll come back here and we'll have the same thing.
Well, so it's a different proposal that you're putting in, that you're requesting, that the budget committee has not looked at.
Well, I didn't know we were going to, of course, I've been on the train that I wanted to get rid of the federal prisoners. I think they're just a costing us money, but we'll have to wait and see where that goes. I don't know how he can trim his staff or what he needs to trim. There's a lot of things we don't know right now, and I just found that out now.
Officially, since he stated it, the board just found out.
Well, that's another discussion, but the manager's known about that for 2 months. So.
Well, the manager has not known about that, and to my knowledge, from the sheriff. And I think the sheriff has not notified this board that the prisoners were gone. You're talking about the hearsay of it. I don't think we can go about the hearsay of it.
It's not hearsay. I know for a fact.
You know.
Correct, and I've communicated that to the manager.
Your communication to the manager, the sheriff should have communicated that to the manager, not you, to make that official.
The manager could have reached out to the sheriff and
The
asked.
sheriff could have reached out to the manager. Okay? The sheriff could have reached out to the manager.
We're going to differ on that.
We are going to differ with that in terms, we're definitely going to differ. The
I got a
sheriff,
simple question. Are they gone as of today?
Yes.
Okay.
and that is the first official notice that we had. And I think he would have notified the board.
All I can do is notify the manager, correct?
Well, I think that it's a different discussion, this discussion that's going on with you and versus what the sheriff should be discussing with our manager. And even the leadership of the board, that has not been discussed in terms of, the sheriff has not, did the sheriff call you and let you know?
I called
When did you reach out?
today.
Today. So the first official notice of us losing prisoners was today.
Okay, so our manager can hold information for 6 months, but just till he wants to find out?
No,
He said he just found out today.
no, I'm talking.
He did not find out today.
He has not said he didn't find out from you. He has not stated that. But don't you think that the sheriff had a responsibility to call the manager and say,
As much as a responsibility as one of the commissioners telling the manager that the federal inmates are gone and we have a $1.3 million deficit in the budget?
I think the sheriff had a responsibility to call our manager. We would differ on that as long as we sit here, okay? If the sheriff is gonna call the county commissioner, expecting the county commission to communicate that to the manager, I think that is a gap in what we're talking about, our communication here, okay? And I think that the sheriff could have communicated that, and there would have been some discussion in terms of how we would proceed with that $1.3 million gap.
Was that 1.3 in our overall budget or in the sheriff's budget?
It's in a revenue line that helps us to cover the cost of the overall operation of the sheriff's
Which
office.
it goes into the general fund.
It goes in general.
It goes
fund.
into the general fund, which we might allocate it different. Huh?
It's allocated to the sheriff for the inmates.
Right. It goes towards the operation of of course, it's not enough. We have to add general fund on top of that.
Right.
To cover the operation of the
The sheriff's
detention.
total budget was about 14?
10 million.
10 million. Which means beyond that 1.3, we allocating 8.7 million.
My request would be, because I don't think that I'm going to get the votes on this, would be that we call a special session as a full board to have enterprise presented.
I would have no objections to that. I'll second that motion.
Well, I think that's what Mr. Boswell had said about 30 minutes ago.
I'd rather second Mr.
Yes,
Thorne's
sir,
motion.
I got you.
But it sounds like Ms. Thorne is saying that the manager knew there was a possibility at least 6 months ago.
Not
that
6
this was
months
gonna
ago.
happen.
This was
No.
6 weeks ago.
6 weeks ago. This might happen.
We need some information from the sheriff too on how it's gonna affect his cost. How many inmates did he get rid of?
I think he usually houses somewhere between 40 and 50.
That's got to be some jobs that are not needed any longer somewhere down the line. I mean, some expense wise.
And that's part of Mr. Thorne's proposal.
If it's a permanent thing. If it's not a permanent thing, then, you know,
I see how
that's
he can
different.
keep help on when you got 40-some inmates gone that you're not getting paid for, but that's not my area, that's his.
Well, I don't think he's not gonna get paid for it. Oh, to help you.
Yeah, it's gonna have the number one expense in the business
I
is
guess-
wages.
And I guess once that information came to us, Mr. Evans is gonna have to decide what we're gonna do with that gap.
Did you make a motion, Mr. Thorne?
Yes. I second.
Mr. Williams, second.
Any other questions?
Is there a date for that?
That we need well, we're gonna need Mr. Evans to probably get together with the representative in terms of,
Yeah, just let us know.
That needs to
I
happen
can call,
sooner
can
than
I call
later.
that session? I can call that session. Once we get together on a date,
Yes,
I'll
sir.
call the meeting. All in favor, let me know. I vote saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we do have approved.
That's it for manager's report, Mr. Chairman.
What about Corny?
We're going to come back to that after close.
This executive, yes, we got to go to executive session first, so let me see where we are. We are, anything from commissioners?
I have something, but I'll hold it the next meeting. Serious as I can be, but it'll be just as pertinent next meeting.
Okay. Anything from attorney?
I have.
Oh, good, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think from what I've heard from public comments today is that we need a call and email return expectation set. from everyone. I have that in my job description, that I have to return a call that's received in a voicemail by within 24 hours. So I think we need that across the board from my.
It was unintentional, it was one that was overlooked by me.
I mean, I don't think it's just you. They were speaking to other people as well. So I think that needs to be an expectation that we look at.
I agree 100%.
Yeah, I mean, there's no excuse that we shouldn't be returning calls. So
Right.
I'll leave that at that.
I guess while I can understand the need, we're gonna miss returning these calls. We cannot, while we need to make sure they turn as many calls as they can, we're gonna have to fire everybody we got. If we have a policy of, gotta have every call returned in 24 hours, that's not gonna be. Well,
If we can't set an expectation that people return a phone call,
not, and I'm gonna say, not in 24 hours.
Okay, then make it 48 hours.
I ain't gonna make it, I'm not gonna agree to no hours, I'm gonna say, we need to return calls, I can agree with that, but I'm not gonna put an hour time frame on it.
You're stating that you have an expectation that we're not going to return every single phone call from the citizen?
Not in 24 hours. Not in 24 hours, I'm not.
Return the call.
You can find him, her, him, all them department heads, you might well look for some new people if you want a 24. They can't get to them. They cannot get to those calls, and for us, we're not gonna put, I'm not gonna support that. In terms, I'm gonna say, you need, if that complaint continues, then we got a problem.
We've been getting them for years.
Ain't gonna get them if you put the,
Before I got on this board, it was impossible to get a return phone call.
Well, I think we can. I think we got employees making every effort to try to get to those calls. The same strict requirements that you work on in the private sector, I'm not gonna put them on. Is there anything else? And I might be just old.
Might be right.
I'm right. We're right.
Coming right behind you.
Is there anything else to come from a commissioners or attorney? Well, at this time, we got is there a motion to go into closed session to discuss
So moved.
economic development? I think I got to call it out. Personnel and attorney-client privilege.
So move again.
And for the
Second again.
for the press, we will be coming back in the open session because we're going to have open session business also. All in favor, let it be known by a vote, sign aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, we'll be going into closed session. Thank you, everybody. So they said,
Fran said it was her first
What, this- what-
five-page agenda.
5 pages. This is your longest agenda? Biggest agenda? You know, I guess one of the things that we got to consider when you leave, you know, it's gonna be hard to find somebody. This is a lot of work. You know, this is a lot of work. Who's out there prepared, you know? You don't find a lot of clerks, do you?
That's why she got to stay.
Yeah, okay.
Simple as that.
Fran,
got a-
she ain't gonna,
that
Fran
got a
ain't gonna
good
go till I
laugh.
go. Me and Fran going together.
Usually pretty quiet over here. That one got a chuckle.
That lady playing the white ball was out.
Who's that? Oh,
She won't come up.
she followed.
Your mic may be loud.
Hold it. She might be on the air. She might be on the air.
John Walker told me he's received 40 emails already this month.
Yeah. Are we in? We on the air.
Okay, good.
We're in open session, and the,
Recommendation is to approve the amended inducement agreement with Corning as presented.
motion,
So moved.
questions? All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. All opposed? Hearing none, the amendment is approved. Is there anything else to come in open session?
Nothing else from staff, Mr. Chairman.
Anything from the board? You gonna wait? Is it gonna be that long? A motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor, let it be known by the voting sign aye. Be careful, you watch what you ask for, you might get another hour here.
Y'all be here by yourself. You ain't gonna be here tomorrow.
You ain't gonna be here tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. You know, one of the things,